The broadcast is live.
Hey, everybody. Dangerous Freedom here with a couple of my good friends. We got my brother Detroit Preppin from Michigan and my brother Knight's Armory, Jim, as most of us know him, without his beard. Dude, I think mine might be longer at this point.
It is. I just got a little thing now.
Anyway, so you got your four knife challenge ahead of you.
I did. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I'm looking forward to doing that. That's always fun, pulling out the knives and whatnot. There's the main one that I like. I can't find it anywhere. It's my Cold Steel Espada. It's like that big, but yeah, I don't know where it is.
Yeah, we're definitely coming over
Hi,
here.
Margo.
Let's see who's in here. Hey, Margo.
Hey, 12B. Miss Mary.
I think I'm gonna switch out my hat. My wife bought me this one here for my birthday. Haven't had a chance to try it out yet, but I think today's the day.
Oh, there you go.
Well, you know what? If you're already prepped, then just bring it.
A little bend on here so I don't look like I've never worn a hat before.
Maybe the flat bill thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
My nephew wears those hats like with the flat bill out like that. I always go up and try to bend it.
What the hell is Billy doing over there? Tell him to get over here and say hello.
Billy, come say hi. You got a delay. He's back there cleaning.
Dangerous. Can you pull that banner down, or is it stuck up there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they can see you. I think it's like it's weird because there's like a triple screen thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So.
Oh, you get a thank you after you give it to her.
Hey,
There we
Ooh, fancy.
All right.
Oh, okay. Because I was looking down at the little corner. There's Billy. Boom.
Every time I jump
Look at the munchkin.
it's my body weird.
Gotta put him in his Sherpa wrap.
Keep him safe.
What's up, Jeff B? What else we got?
You know, Jim.
Say hi.
So this morning, well, almost this right around noon, I heard footsteps walking up my driveway, and the first thing I did was went to my gun. That's the same thing you do
I would have went to my driveway. Yeah.
with your gun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's say hi.
Hey.
Not bad. I forget what you said now.
Oh, I was talking about
Baby.
walking up on your property.
Yeah. I would.
Yeah, unannounced, unintended. Yeah, it could get dangerous, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could. You know, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt while at the same time being cautious. You know.
I
So.
think, unfortunately, at this point, we're a little bit more on edge than usual.
Yep.
Probably has a lot to do with what's been going on lately.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. It's everybody's on edge. I mean, it's kind of crazy out there. You know, I can see it not just like out of the flea market where I work. Everybody's on edge and irritable and stuff like that. But even just on the roads, people are driving a little bit stupider than they normally do and stuff like that. And it's just it's a whole different feel out there in the air.
It's definitely that.
Yeah.
I hope, we get back to some semblance of normalcy here soon.
Hopefully. I think we lost. I can hear Ron, but I can't see him.
Oh, no, I turned my icon off for a moment.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back.
Checking his nose.
Well, you know what I'd say, Knight's Armory. I tell everybody it'll probably be all better.
Yo, Rooster, six gunner.
No, I agree with you. Yep. Hopefully things will.
Yeah,
start
Eric. Absolutely, brother.
Feedback,
An arms
here soon.
is a polite society.
Yes, it is.
Say hi one time.
Hi, 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 hi.
All right, go play. I love you.
Hey, that was 6 times.
I know. She's not cool.
What's that?
I love you. Go play.
But what's that?
That's a computer. All right,
Uh-oh.
and I'm back. Six String
I-
Gunner. Hey, Dangerous Freedom Knights Armory. What's up?
Dangerous Freedom. I had to, Frank wanted to show off his new onesie.
Mom, what's the guy doing behind you? He's cleaning guns.
Let's see here if we can get him on screen
He's
here.
got a stack of guns he's cleaning. Look at the baby.
The R Syndicate.
Nice.
Gen 2.
That is cool. That is too cool. So I think Billy's watching from back there too, right?
Hey, man, Oliver.
How far behind is the
Hey, ooh man, what's going on, brother?
right there? Oh, that's not too bad.
Ooh man, did you see your nephew Frank? He's wearing his uniform today.
That's funny.
Aww.
Nope, she don't see the baby. Hey, go play.
Baby.
Mommy's missing you.
Rooster. Everybody should. They are our future. And sometimes it's scary. Oh my God. Man, I'll tell you what though.
At all
My
times
kids,
it's
I raised them differently than a lot of people. I didn't send them to some school and say, okay, you take their indoctrination and you go about the world spreading influence and lies. No, my kids took a different approach. They're standing up like men.
There you go.
It's our duty, man, to raise our children to take over for us when we're gone, man. I mean, I'm 43 years old, and I'll tell you what, I don't want my son to have to go through any of the crap that I've gone through in my life, man. And the crap I speak of is government crap. It's not the guy next door. It's the people that steal my money 17 to 27% at a time.
I'm reading this comment here. It says it took 9 days for the background check to clear.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Dude,
that's crazy.
fucking ridiculous.
Wow. I talk to Ron about this all the time. I'm still in amazement. I mean, in the city of in the state of Michigan, when you walk into a gun store, if you have a state ID or a driver's license, you can purchase as many firearms as you can afford, and you can leave the store with those firearms within 30 minutes. I am amazed by Arizona's wait and come back laws or whatnot. I mean, I don't understand how that's even constitutional, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I live in Florida, and you've got 3 days from the time you purchase your gun to shoot somebody.
Oh, I don't understand.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's not the same here.
I am absolutely blown away by that. I guess because I was always in Michigan, I never knew anything different than that. I mean, I have friends that when they turned 21 didn't even have a driver's license and walked into Dunham's and bought 2 handguns and a rifle, and 30 minutes later they were leaving with the guns, the rifle, the ammunition, targets, and a sweet pair of shooting glasses on the house. So it's something that I haven't investigated as to why states do that, but and I'll tell you, I'd have a real hard time dropping a couple $1,000s down and walking out the door without it.
Yeah, as long as you've got a concealed weapons permit, you can go in and buy them. Beyond that, I think there's a how many days is the waiting period to buy something here without a permit? He's got a headset on; he can't hear me. Is it 3 days? I think I don't remember. I've got my permit, so
It's the same way here, Jim. If you got the
3. Okay, thank you, Billy.
yeah, you can walk in and walk out within not even 20 minutes probably. But yeah, without you have to fill out the form, and you know that's the messed up part, man. Is I work for a department of the ATF-NE. I mean, I'm not a department of it. I don't work for the government. I work for a business that we do ship explosives. And so we're under the ATF-NE. And so I've been certified by them, but I still get put on hold for 3 days for a weapon. And it makes me kind of think, like, why would I be put on hold when literally I ship highly explosive material across the world? You know, it just kind of makes you kind of wonder about that.
Yeah, ooh man, that's that's about the longest I've ever waited to walk out of the store with a gun. I've purchased 8 firearms at one time, and you know they gift wrapped them, took me over to the ammunition shelf so I could spend some more money, and then helped me carry them out to the car. So
yeah,
man, even a day wait is foreign to me. I can't even understand that in my small little mind here.
God, Rooster, you're almost frightening me, but I absolutely hear what you're saying. Yeah, it's going to get frightening. Dude, what they're going to try and do to our gun laws, it's absolutely frightening. I'm almost curious as to how many they put in this new bill they just passed, this stimulus bill. You know, that really gives me a lot of pauses because this is going to cost most of us more than what the bill is paying us.
Yeah.
And how many?
Every one of us that's alive today more than what most of us are going to receive for sure.
And how many liberties?
Not even almost. It's absolutely more than any of us will receive. My son is going to receive $500, and he's going to be on the hook for close to $7,000.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Absolute crap.
Yeah.
Absolute crap.
Hey, Ratitude, what's going on, brother?
You know what? I'm not going to go on that tangent because I think both Jim and you know where I'm going to go on this tangent. I'm ready. Let's go. I'm not getting any freaking younger. Let's go right now.
Well, I think that may be a little premature at this point, brother.
Hey, Johnny boy, if you go on to packing.org, it should pull up a list of all of the states that honor each concealed weapons permit.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think Michigan is only not accepted by Hawaii, California, Washington, and of course New York, District of Columbia as well.
Vince Dunn says that high points are all but sold out. So that's crazy. There's a lot of people out there with high points right now.
You know that. Oh my God! This is why I'm glad I got my guns and ammo before all this shit happened.
You getting sleepy?
That's right, and that's my dog. He'll bite your ass. Yeah. Oh, give me somebody to bite. Oh, puppies. Puppy dog. Man, that's a big freaking dog, Jim. I'll tell you what, my dog, you would be impressed with my dog.
What is it?
Here, come here.
Oh, he's a good doggy.
He is part pit bull, Labrador, mixadoodle. He is an American mutt.
That's cool.
And he's big, he's heavy, and he's not afraid of anything at all. I don't
He
think
looks like he's afraid to miss dinner.
he'll kill and eat his own dinner. Say, okay, calm down, boy. Say, whoa.
Uh-oh.
I'm pretty surprised about that. Ooh, man, a
Reliable.
shotgun ammo left in the store. That would seem to be probably one of the first rounds to go. 12 gauge, 10 gauge.
There was a bunch of that at Walmart. All
Wow.
types of shotgun ammo today. I just was there and I went and looked at. Just figured I'd see what they had. Yeah, nothing but shotgun ammo.
It must have been birdshot.
It was. Oh yeah, all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all birdshot.
Did they have any double aught?
Any what?
Double aught buck?
No, it was all birdshot. That was
Really?
and it was like those big like the value pack
Yeah,
of it that they had.
25 rounds or whatever.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's like I forget. It might be like 100 rounds, but it's a big old pack of them. Which I mean, really, if you don't have any ammo, that's a whole lot better than nothing. You know,
Yeah,
or if you just try to stockpile some.
On that point, Jim, what's your opinion of all these beginner gun owners? Some of them coming over from
I hope
the
they learn what the hell they're doing.
What?
I said I hope they learn what the hell they're doing before they see. I'm glad that everybody's getting guns because it's going to make them have a different opinion than the ones that are anti-gun.
Mhm.
However, it makes me a little bit nervous because whenever you're a first-time gun buyer, if you don't know what you're doing, you get that gun in your hand and you get this little surge of power. You think you're invincible, and that's what a lot of people are going to be feeling.
Have
And
you
so
seen?
somebody's going to piss them off on the road, and they've got this gun now, you know, and not a good thing.
You've probably also seen that there are a lot of YouTubers, gun guy YouTubers that are going back and reverting to beginning gun people. You know, and
Oh, that's smart.
like
Yeah.
you know, all you people like in our classes, you know, we're used to firearms.
Mhm.
But they're like, this is not going to apply to you. This is for new beginners. And I've watched a few of them.
Yeah, I know a tactical technician did one like that.
Yeah, I think most of them, you know, they're teaching the three main points. First of all, you treat every firearm as if it's loaded. That's golden
Number
rule.
one.
Okay, and then number 2 and number 3 come in kind of second class. It's like you never move your gun against the target you're not willing to destroy. And the third one is what the hell is
Yeah, it ain't loaded. Those are some famous last words right there.
yeah, it ain't loaded. Well, I thought I covered that in the first one, but
You did.
Yeah.
you know, if you just hold that one to truth, then you know, my kids are both trained up on guns. And that was actually kind of a funny thing. I was watching a friend of mine do a video, and he was pointing out some certain things about guns around kids. And the one thing he didn't cover is what if you train your kids around guns? You know, because my kids are used to guns. They've been used to guns since they were old enough to walk, damn near. So I'm not too worried about having guns around the house that they have access to. And some people are just like, oh no, you know, unless they're trained. And it's like, why didn't you train them?
Well, I got to be honest with you, Dangerous Freedom. I purchased my son's first 2 firearms when he was probably about 4 months from being born. So he'll definitely be brought up around firearms, and it's a valuable lesson to teach people. Period. It's not a big scary gun. It's not a
Wow.
dangerous weapon. It's a tool.
Yeah.
And just like you have to be extra careful with that chainsaw, that circular saw, that air hammer, whatever tool it is, you have to be careful with because a gun can kill you, a chainsaw can kill you. There's no difference in any tool and its ability to kill you if you're not using it properly.
Yeah,
Absolutely
between
right.
construction all my life and Jim on the railroads, man, he could have lost some fingers.
Oh yeah. No, you get hurt on the railroad. It's just more than a finger usually.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
But no, as far as like teaching your kids about guns and stuff like that, I think that's about the smartest thing you can do because you take that mystery away from it. It's not this enchanted item that they want to see and they want to play with because it's so cool and all this. It's I could sit my gun right here on the table. I'm not going to do it, but walk out of the room, and if my kid sees it, he's just going to look at it and walk in there and tell me that there's a gun on the table. It's no mystery. He's not scared of it. He respects it. He knows not to mess with it.
But does he know how to use it?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
There you go.
Oh shoot.
Then you're set. I mean, you got that added layer of security. That's how I feel with my kids. I mean, they've gotten to the age now where they're not just infants or toddlers like Roger has. These guys know how to pick up a gun, know how to shoot it pretty damn accurate. In fact, my oldest son is damn near a better shot than I am.
I wouldn't say damn near dangerous, Freedom. I've seen both you guys. I take him over 9 times out of 10.
I was just having a bad morning.
I know how those bad mornings go.
Yeah, there's one. It's a bad picture.
Damn
That's my son out there shooting a few weeks back.
Okay.
Yeah, that was fun. Gunpowder.
I have a picture as well. I have a picture of
that's
my niece.
pretty powerful handgun, especially for a teenager.
I have a picture of me and my niece when my brother came from California to visit. We went to the gun range, and I think the gun range rule is you need to be 13 years old or maybe it was 10 or 30. It was something like that. And we go to the gun range and we tell that the cashier asks how old is she. I go, oh yeah, she's 13. He goes, that's an awfully small 13-year-old. And she goes, Uncle Roger, I'm only 8. But nonetheless, we went on to the range and we shot a 22 pistol, 22 long rifle pistol. And after her third round down range, she insisted that I no longer hold her hands and she wanted to do it herself.
That's awesome.
It was awesome. And the best part was she outshot her dad, which is my brother. And I will never let him forget that. Mr. Navy man showed up by an 8-year-old.
That's cool.
I have a feeling that's how my kids will be too, because they're not afraid to stand up and take charge. So, at least I've done that much right in my life. It's like my kids, they're not gonna shelter in a hole or anything like that. In fact, I'll be honest with you, Jim, Roger, my kids don't even give a crap about this bug, this virus. They're like, screw it. I had to try and teach them, look, if you catch it and you spread it to, say, my mom and dad, or my sister, who is not the greatest health, you could be risking their lives. And they got that understanding. The only thing is, personally, they don't give a shit. They don't give one fluff.
That's my big fear is that I don't want to catch it and give it to somebody. Like, I think if I catch it, I'm going to be okay.
Yeah.
I assume, but I don't want to catch it and give it to somebody who's not going to be okay, or
Hey.
Somebody that this thing it can spread, and then before you know it, my mom's got it, or somebody who it can seriously affect, and that's what I don't want.
And when grandma dies, dude, everybody's going to be affected. Dude, I know what it's like to lose grandma and grandpa's, dude. It's not easy.
I know they keep saying that this is only affecting older people and whatnot, but I mean, how many stories have you heard about 30-year-olds dying? I mean,
There's been a few that they said that a child just died recently or something like that on the news.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want it in any shape, form, and I don't want anybody in my household or even friends and family to end up with it.
Nope.
And you got Eric, people like Eric in the chat. His 21-year-old is out at the beach right now. It's like, that's probably not the brightest idea. What the hell do you do? What in the hell do you do? With asthma, yeah. Actually, Rooster, you're absolutely right. Asthma is one of those underlying causes.
Yeah.
It's messed up.
Hey, brothers, I'm going to go lay him into bed now. He's all stuffed and full and passing out on me again.
All right, Jim will keep the conversation up. Hopefully we can get
multitasking.
Hopefully we can get Greg and Cheshire over here.
Yeah, I'm about to post a video saying something.
You know, I want to thank you all for being here, man. You know, that is awesome. I have met such great friends while I've been here. Oh, Pro Carry. Do you want to answer that, Jim?
What was the question?
Oh, Pro Carry Trucker just asked you.
Oh, I know. I was reading it. Yeah. See,
now
when you said something, I have to reread it. Dang it. Hold on, reading it again. Where are you from? I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. I'm looking to donate or so. Who makes knives? Donate if they are willing to give at least one of them to someone that needs it. Probably I give most of my knives away. Mostly to Ron, I think.
You gave me some great deals. I'll be honest. But
I have. Well, I gave you that one. What was that one? I think that was your Christmas present, wasn't it?
The Freedom Knife. Yeah.
Yeah, the Freedom Knife. I like that you named it that. And then
I got it in the dishwasher.
Yeah, I liked your video where you were showing all your knives, and you're like, I got all these from the same place, from either my website or the one I made you.
Nice Armory. I might have to purchase 4 knives from you so that I can do my challenge that I was called out to do.
Right on. I like it. But yeah, no. So usually whenever I make a knife, I don't have a lot of fun doing it and selling them. I don't want my wife to hear that. So usually
the fun comes in when I step in and say, "Look at what my best friend did for me."
That's what I like. That's the feeling that's worth more than the amount.
And that's the feeling I give you, man. I'll tell you what, Jim. You have been
like you're trying to get another free knife.
Tell you what, man. When it hits the fan, well, I believe it's already hitting the fan.
That's funny. I said that earlier. Somebody said to me when the stuff hits the fan, and I said, pretty sure it's already there.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if either of you guys have seen any of my early videos, my very first 2 videos, as a matter of fact. In my life, shit hit the fan in 2008, and it hasn't gotten worse until now, but it didn't get any better.
Yeah, in 2008 was a bad year. I got laid off out at the railroad that year.
Damn.
Not fun.
Hey, Pro Carry Trucker, how are you? Johnny boy.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I was posting a video
Uh,
directing people to this live stream. Maybe more people will show up.
What the hell? Is Billy still cleaning those guns?
Yeah, he's got a few of them up there.
He's got a lot of guns to clean.
What? Nah, he knows we're talking about him.
Hey, Billy. He's like, fuck you.
Well, he's listening, he's watching and listening to the live show. So he's like,
Oh,
5
okay, so you can totally
Oh,
hear
that's
me.
old school right there.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
He's got the nitro gloves on.
So, Knights Armory, I heard Michigan and Florida are competing for the number 5 position for cases of coronavirus.
Well, we're going to get there first.
Unfortunately, I think you may be right.
Yeah, that's,
However, we're going to give you a run for your money.
you know, it's funny because I make a lot of jokes. I tend to joke a lot. And so I've been making a lot of Corona jokes. And yeah, watch, I'm going to end up freaking catching it because of that, probably.
Oh, whatever. You get sick for like 2 days and you'll be fine.
Yeah, like I never get sick, so I'm not. That's why I'm not that worried about it. Like my whole family had the freaking flu recently, and I didn't even.
Well, like I was
anything.
saying earlier, my kids don't give a shit about it either.
Well, I do care about it.
Whatever. I'll blow it off in a day or two. You know, I'll go out and have one good diarrhea poop, and that's it.
Hey,
And I don't
everybody's
think that's
going
gonna
on.
be
Lone Star Preps, welcome.
Armory, what is Billy
Lone
playing
Star.
with
Oh,
there?
California critic.
You're cleaning
Oh,
firearms.
welcome, brother.
Eric, I think we can call it whatever we want. I've started calling it C19. I don't even have the energy to speak so many letters in a word anymore.
I call it panic-demic.
757. What's up, dude? All right, Mr. Scrapper. Hey, if you guys are coming over here from the post I just did, make sure you check these two guys out. I don't know how to point at them. But yeah, cool guys. Canoe Hound. What's up, brother? I saw you over at Mason's. I've got him pulled up on the thing here. So I'm still being cool. I had Billy's hooked. Sorry. All right, go ahead.
So can I ask you guys if you have changed any of your daily routines?
Yes.
Could you
Not
explain?
opening my laptop right now, which sucks.
Yeah, that's a big yes on both of our parts. We have changed our daily routine. Oh man, I was just going to work and doing the thing, making the money for the family, and doing my thing on the side. And now all of a sudden, the thing on the side has to take a break, and now my work has to take a break. I told you, I've got a week off. Work is gonna pay, but yeah, I've got a week off, and I'm like, oh, I'll be on call. You know, if you need to call me in, just give me a day's notice. So
Yeah, see, normally I'm opening up my knife shop on the weekends, and it's still kind of open, but there's nobody there. And normally there's like a line. It's usually going pretty good for the most part. And yeah, they're only allowing so many people in at a time, and it's just dead. So huge pay cut on me right now.
no, you know, Jim, they did the same thing to me. I go to the reservation to buy my cigarettes because I can get them for like considerably cheaper. And I went up there, and they stopped me at the door, and they're like, "Oh, you got to wait in line behind this little mist." And I was like, "Oh, okay, I get it." And you know, I was talking to the security guard. I was like, "No, I get it. You're limiting the amount of people in the store. I get that." And
it really is. A lot of times it's not them. It's like with us, it's the city that's only like they'll come in there and shut people down or shut down the whole market if they don't follow a certain set of guidelines. And so I'm
Yeah.
Basically, my knife shop is still open, but I'm not even going in there. I'm standing out front and making sure that nobody causes any ruckus and stuff like that, which is still good, but not compared to what I would be doing.
Yeah. And with us, I think they give the Indians a little bit more room to where they can still sell. But even when I got inside, they had the whole cigarette compartment, it's like a whole room to itself with just cigarettes, because I'm a smoker, of course.
I'm a vapor now, so that's
You're a vapor now. Anyways,
hey,
so
see,
I
look,
went up and I talked to the guy and I told him what I needed. He went and got me the cartons, brought them back to me, so I'm good for like another 2 months.
Lone Star Preps asked a question, and I would like to hear what you guys think about it as well. Maybe I'll go first and you guys can follow up.
All right. I love Lone Star. And it's great.
Lone Star says, how bad do y'all see the economy getting?
Oh,
Well,
that's a scary
in my
question.
opinion, for probably the last year and a half solid, the economy has been getting decimated. A lot of people think, oh, the stock market's going up because the Federal Reserve pumped, $6 billion in it every 2.5 hours for the last 8 months or whatnot. And I don't even think we know where our economy truly is on the world stage, because they've manipulated it to the point where they can literally drive the stock market up thousands of points the day, 8,000 points the day that 3.3 million unemployment claims are filed. I mean, I'm not an investor anymore, but I got to tell you, 3.3 million unemployment claims is not going to make me invest a single dollar into the stock market, let alone $9 billion.
Hey, real quick to answer Trucker and Johnny Boy. Yeah, knightsarmory.net. That's my website. And we did have AmericanFreedomSupply.com, me and American Joe.
Yeah,
yeah, we recently shut that one down. We got a couple other things that we're working on, but yeah, knightsarmory.net is the place where you would go for.
Do you think you're gonna go back to selling K-bars?
Oh yeah, I still sell them. It's just we shut that website down because there were some issues with it, and so yeah. Long story short, for now, that's where knightsarmory.net is going to be where everything is, but not K-bars. I
check in on your net site fairly regularly, like weekly.
No, you do. I see the orders.
Yeah. No, I was just kind of curious if you're going to keep up the K-bar. I know they're expensive.
Yeah, I don't put on there because I don't keep it in stock. But thank you. Right, sweet. Yeah, I don't keep that one in stock. I usually keep those just in my knife shop. And then
you just can't go wrong with the K-bar.
Show them yours. You got yours in front of you there, Ron?
No, actually, it's in my bedroom. I've got my rifle next to me. I mean, I could shoot your arm off. I can't cut it off right now, though. Well, actually, I do have something.
So, Knight's Armory. What's your thoughts on what Lone Star asked about the economy there?
Yes. What did he ask?
He said, "How bad do you see our economy getting?"
Oh, that's right. God, I don't know.
I mean, is there going to be?
I really think it could go either way right now. It could go. It could continue to decline and continue to, have the stock market drop out, or it could bounce back once everybody's fear goes away. People start spending again. Hopefully, the stimulus check will do something. Hopefully it's not for naught, and hopefully things will get better. But I mean, it could go all the way down. We could end up a third world country for all I know. But there again, I'm no economist.
And that's the scariest part, Jim, is we could turn into a third world economy because of leadership we've got right now. I mean, any of the three of us, hell, even the people in the chat would do a better job at being president.
Love the BK side.
It would seem that no matter how good of a job you would try to do, you'd have plenty of opposition.
Hell yeah. But you know what? If you've got the majority of the people, like Trump right now, he's got the majority of the people behind him. Absolutely. Why we're not putting people on trial, possibly hanging them or judging them for treason against our country and our way of life. There a lot of that I don't understand why people are not hanging.
Well, do you think the honest truth of it is we don't even have 3% anymore that are willing to do what it takes? That are willing to do what is our God-given right to do?
No, I don't believe that. I'll tell you why I don't believe that. Because I know there's enough of us that are ready to stand up and fight. And that's what they're afraid of us. They are afraid of us.
So if you had to imagine what the spark would be to make that rage be known,
it's coming close.
What would be that spark? What would make an American 3%er who is at this point richer and lives a better life than any king pre-20th century give all that up or risk giving all that up to do what needs to be done? What could convince 3% of the population to do what 51% of the population knows needs to be done?
I would hope they would rebel. They would rebel. They would say, "No, you're not doing it."
What would be the spark? What would be the line in the sand? What would be that's it, no more, we're not taking it?
Dude, it worked back in the 1700s.
What would be the spark now, Ron? What would be that line they would have to cross?
I think they are for our guns. I honestly do. So for our guns, and that's it. It's over.
So do you think if they never came for the guns, they would have free reign to do whatever they wanted?
I think there are enough of us out there that are watching what stupidity they're doing. Like even the stimulus package. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, $1,200. I have to pay $7,000. My kids have to pay $7,000 for this $1,200.
Explain that to me.
That is absolute bullshit. And I'm not even going to be afraid to cuss. This is my stream anyway.
I guess the short of it is, and I haven't done the math myself because when you start talking about trillions of dollars, my calculator doesn't go that high. But with the 3 stimulus packages that have passed, they total approximately $6.6 trillion. And if the government doesn't produce wealth, they only tax us, that would make a tax burden for every man, woman alive today, regardless of their age, approximately $7,000, a little under $7,000 would be the bill for that.
You're talking about little Frankie right now.
Little Frankie already.
He already owes more money than
little Frankie, the day he was born, owed the United States of America about $65,000 the day he was born.
He needs to get his bill squared away.
He definitely hasn't used any services this great country has provided at a cost of $65,000 for sure.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's the truth.
It's a crime. And until more than 3% are willing to do something about it, I think we're going to be continuous victims of the military industrial complex, the piss poor excuses that we have standing there in our House of Representatives, all the way up to the Senate, all the way up to the freaking Supreme Court,
Right.
on to the executive branch. I mean, I hear these congressmen talking about how it's unfair for them to have to come to Washington to vote on these bills where they're basically stealing more of our money, stealing money from children that are not even able to work yet because
man.
it's dangerous. They may catch the virus, but they would go and ask their constituents to keep the grocery stores open, keep the pharmacies open, keep the gas stations open, and expose themselves to thousands of unknown people with unknown contagions, possibly. I mean, it's a pitiful excuse for a representative to make that argument while they're collecting $178,000 check every year.
Oh, no. Margot just put in the chat a great one. She heard that the Congress and Senate got a raise on the stimulus bill.
Absolutely.
So we're paying them more to screw us even harder. Man, I'm telling you, this is really getting out.
As long as they're willing to pay the price to put their representatives in those seats, we will continue to pay these prices by theft instead of willingly to support representatives that we want making decisions about our lives and our money and our children's futures. And I mean, what more can we say that what more can be said when we sit and watch the people support the candidates that they want to do the things that they think are just and fair, and we sit back and say it's not fair, but we won't do the same thing? I mean, everybody's sitting screaming, oh, you got to be a millionaire, you got to be this, you got to be that. 3% of the U.S. population is what? I mean, a million?
Oh, I didn't say American. All right. You and Jen.
You said 3% is American. All right, sorry. I'm back with you. That was funny.
I just think that while we're busy making excuses about how everything's not fair, we're missing the point. And I think the point is that you pay for what you get one way or another. If you settle for it, you're going to pay. If you want to decide about it, it's going to cost you. So what would you rather do? Would you rather pay for what you want or pay for what they tell you to pay for? That's the choice we have at this point. And it's, in my mind, it's a simple choice.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I've got mixed emotions about the whole thing. Part of me likes the stimulus thing because, well, I'm out like 10 grand a month right now, and the other part of me doesn't like taking things like that from the government because I don't like most of them. So, yeah, I don't know how I feel right now.
Well, we're going to have plenty of time sitting at home to think about it.
That's true. Well, I still work every week, so that's at least got me busy. But everything else.
Well, you're one of the lucky ones, that's for sure. My wife returned to work the day the shelter-in-place order came down in Michigan, and she applied for unemployment benefits, and they denied her because she had not worked in the past 180 days, or had not worked consistently for the past 180 days. Um,
That's what I don't like about it. It's freaking broken.
yeah, I mean it's an atrocity that they're gonna give millions, billions of dollars to these CEOs of companies that are making
I don't like that at all.
millions of dollars a year, and the average Joe like me and you who don't even make the $75,000 a year cap that they're screaming for the $1,200 you're gonna get, peanuts, and then we got to fight for the peanuts.
I forget what company it was. I heard a CEO stopped. God, I wish I could remember where it was. Has refused to take any salary right now so that his employees can continue to receive their pay or something like that. What the heck company was that? I was reading an article the other day. I thought it was pretty cool. Like,
I'm pretty sure there's a couple of CEOs, but I guarantee you it's not even 1% of the.
No, it's not even. It was like a 0.000 or so.
I mean, what, the Cheesecake Factory hasn't even been shut down for a month, and they're already saying they're not going to pay their rent. I mean, come on. This company is rich beyond our dreams, and now they're going to stiff these poor landlords for their what could it be, $10,000 at the most for these locations that they're renting month to month or leasing month to month? I mean, it's an atrocity that they're doing it, number one, and it's a bigger crime that the government's gonna not only let them do that, but then send them a check. I mean, it's enough to make a grown man cry.
Yeah.
It's definitely corrupt. That's what's one of the things that aggravates me the most about it all. They're always going to look out for their base, for the rich keep getting richer, isn't it? So.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, man. I wish it wasn't true, but unfortunately, it's what we have to deal with. Maybe they've got a higher education, but that doesn't mean they're smarter than we are. It doesn't mean they're quicker than we are. I mean, a lot of us are way quicker. And I think some of the people that are in those higher classes are realizing that, hey, maybe these guys aren't so dumb. Maybe we should listen to them. I mean, I've noticed that just in my preparations. It's like I don't brag about it. I don't like share it out there, but I do let certain friends of mine know, hey, look, it's like, and they're like, and they're of the type, oh, I'm coming to your house. And it's like, yeah, you might get there and I won't be there.
I love it when people say that. I'm like, yeah.
How many people say that? Dude,
I hear that.
Those are the people you don't even have to worry about. They won't be able to make it to your house.
Nope.
So that's probably one of the least of my concerns at this point. I mean, if you haven't walked a block in 20 years, what the hell makes me think you're going to be able to walk 15 miles?
Jeez,
when that shit hit the fan, people are shooting at you, chasing you. I mean, it's a ridiculous notion to think that you're going to leave your location and come to mine, because 9 times out of 10, they're not going to leave their location until it's under attack, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, what is their 50 rounds of ammunition going to do on their trip 15 miles that they're not going to be able to walk no matter what the cost?
Yeah, if they've even got 50 rounds. Dude, half of them probably don't even have guns.
I'm going to just put up quarantine stickers and biohazard signs all over my house.
Dude, I've heard that works. I
must confess, I have
a sticker like that on the front door. I wouldn't, or if you're like looting, you're gonna.
You said Billy lives right across the street, just stringing across the street. No cars pass.
In a second,
I must confess, as one of my preps, as I started out in this, I spent some time watching Canadian Prepper, and what I did is I printed out some biohazard placards. I printed out some no trespassing, contaminated zone indicators. I don't know the proper name for all of them, but I mean, I printed out dozens of these things. I laminated them and I put it into a folder that if the time ever arose, it would be simple as pulling that out, sticking it in the window, and maybe it wouldn't stop everyone, but I bet you it's going to give some thought to a lot of people as to whether they're going to attempt to infiltrate what they would probably look at and think is a abandoned house in the first place, and possibly get nothing except disease.
That's going to make people think twice, no doubt about it.
I hope so.
If I was out, like if it reached the point where I'm having to go out and find supplies or something, I'm not going to a house that's got freaking stickers on it. Like, who would do that?
No, God, no.
Ain't no way.
No, I wouldn't either. And you're just you're asking for it. You know, at that point, it's like walking into the firing zone. You know, it's like, you know, okay, it's dangerous here, but you know, if you're getting shot at, it's one thing. But if it's a disease, man, that's a totally different thing. Dude, we've seen what disease has done to us in the past. What the hell are you all looking at?
Yeah, I heard that too. I'm like, what the heck are they
I
watching?
can't see it. What is it? One of the dogs fucking around?
Well, gentlemen, I have once again enjoyed my time with you on this live. My second most important asset under my wife is calling, and I'm gonna go spend some time with him, man.
It's been a pleasure, brother.
It's been a great time and dangerous. I hope I get to see you next week.
Oh, absolutely, man. I got nowhere else to be.
Not yet. So, everybody in the chat, I greatly appreciate it.
Frank
says, have a good time. We're about to go hang out, watch some cartoons. Well,
Awesome.
I'm going to watch the cartoons.
He's moving his head. He's moving his head on his own. Awesome. All right, brother.
Thanks again.
You go be a good dad.
I'm going to try.
Handle this. All right. Man, brand new dad. Man, you know, mine are in their teens, late teens even.
I got a 14-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 6-year-old.
Yep. Hands full.
No babies.
Man, I tell you what, man. I've been through some hurdles with my kids, man. My ex was not very pleasant with me. You're lucky to be in the situation you are, because I fought through courts. I had to go to court like on a bi-monthly basis to try and fight for my kids. And you know how much I hate government buildings. I avoid them like the plague. They're almost as bad as hospitals, if you ask me. I hate them. But I did what I had to do, and now I finally got custody of my kids. But one kid is already old enough. He doesn't even count. He's over 18. He's got his own job. He's getting his own tax returns. And then the other one, they don't recognize because, I don't know, because they hate me or because they're stupid. I mean, this is the government we're talking about. They're not the brightest people.
Yeah.
And they definitely don't look out for people like me. You know, people that work their ass off. What one of my friends calls us the pesky taxpayers. The government doesn't like us pesky taxpayers, the ones that like to fight for our rights and defend our Constitution. You know, they really don't like us.
You know, you've still got Vince's comment up on the screen.
Oh, no, I didn't realize. Oh, crap.
Pick the most random comment that makes no sense and put it up on the screen. That'll be fun.
There's my brother. My brother, Jack T. Ripper.
See, look, you government.
Don't trust.
Put up a typo. Good job.
Yeah, and honestly, we don't. You know what? But you know what, Jim? You were trained by them.
Yep.
That means they probably don't trust you.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty trustworthy.
You feel like what?
I feel like I'm pretty trustworthy.
Well, yeah, to the Patriots, yes. To the government, I don't know.
Dusty Brown.
If they gave you orders, like say they tried to put you on National Guard duty, like, oh, you served, we're calling you back in. What would you do?
I would go.
But you would serve as
a soldier.
But you wouldn't go in and threaten people. Like you wouldn't come to my door and say, Ron, I need your fucking guns or I'm going to shoot you.
No. I would just take them. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do.
I wouldn't figure you would do that either.
No, there are lines that but as far as what is it? Sticking to my oath, that I would do.
Yeah.
You know,
and I always think back to like Katrina, because that was like the first time they actually went door to door confiscating weapons that I can recall. I mean, maybe there's been a newer time before now, but can you remember another time?
What I do?
And you've seen what they did in Katrina, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty messed up.
Yeah, they can't.
They came here or Billy's. Billy can hear me, right? Billy, can you hear me?
He can, but he's a few seconds behind, so you'll see him look up. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
There you.
Yeah. So the government came up and said, "Hey, we need you to do this and this, and we need you to disarm your neighbor." You'd be like, "What would you do?" Yeah, I think
He's behind on the chat. He's asking what you would do if the government said that you had to disarm people.
That I had to disarm people.
See, Billy wasn't in the military.
Yeah,
So.
that was the question, Billy. Yeah, you're thinking, nah, I wouldn't try that.
Jim, if they asked me to disarm people, I would pull my gun and say, "Give me your weapons then."
Oh, that's a good one.
Amen.
I like that.
Love that answer.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I changed my answer. I want it to be that.
Right. North Carolina. Yeah, my dad's in North Carolina. Did it not agree that what's going on is nothing but an attempt to. Oh wait, you know what? Let me show this. Go back to 1990. Oh yeah. No, on Anuki. I totally get what you're saying. I know this has been a prolonged effort. They're trying hard, and man, they're getting a lot of brownie points. But I'll tell you what, on Anuki, with this whole virus going on, people are stepping up for the first time in their lives, saying, "No, I need to protect myself and my own family." And they're going out and getting guns, and they're realizing, well, first of all, you can't just go out and get a gun. Wow, go figure. They always thought you could mail order one.
No, I also if you go to a gun show, it's real easy.
Yeah, oh yeah, the gun show loophole.
That's so. Talking about the gun show loophole, I'm like, dude, you've never been to a gun show. Like, it is it's kind of more of a pain in the butt to buy them at a gun show if you don't have a concealed weapons permit. Like that's a pain in the butt.
Same here. I mean, even the last time I went and bought the gun, my 9mm I bought. They were like, "Do you have a concealed weapons permit?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Oh crap, you're probably gonna be put on a wait." And I sure as fuck was. I was put on a 3-day wait. So.
I didn't even show you what I got today. I'm carrying my little baby. I don't know if you've seen this one yet, Ron. There we go. See my white legs. A little bodyguard.
Wow! Holy crap! Wow! What the hell caliber is that?
That is a 380.
No doubt.
Yeah, it's just my little ankle piece. It's fun.
God bless America. That's a good one. Just tell Hillary the coronavirus is going to testify against her. The virus dies.
Who said that?
God bless America.
That's awesome.
All right. So, Jim, you realize you have been put to the challenge, correct?
You realize you have somebody's name still up on the screen?
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to figure how do I undo that?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, all right.
What were you asking me?
Yeah. So, anyways, you're up to the 4-knife challenge
Oh, yeah, that.
or 4-blade challenge. Yeah.
4 blades. Yeah, I think I can come up with 4.
Yeah, I think you could probably come up with 4.
This is my favorite one right here. This is the
You
one I
probably got 4 on you.
carry. I've got. Let me check my other pocket. I've got 3 on me. That's my favorite one right there. The Bushranger Light. It's a good knife. Made by Cold Steel. I like that one. But then I've got the Bushranger regular. I don't carry it as much. That one's like I think that one's like $215. This one's less expensive, but I use it for everything, and I like it a little bit better.
Yeah.
And then I've got my I've got a ZT back there. That one was pretty cool. I think it was like 3 something. And yeah, I don't carry that one that much either. I just carry this one.
Say hello,
DM.
Donna.
Hey, DM.
I know. She is so awesome. Hey, we got Tigger in here too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 4-knife challenge. You saw mine.
I did. I liked them.
Yeah, well, yeah, probably. You sent them all to me.
DM says hi, Billy. He waved. Dester Brown, she blocked me.
Who blocked me?
I don't know. DM the mod, hello, lovely DM, the bomb. All right, you got to talk. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and read comments. You're boring.
What are you doing? Reading comics?
Comments, not comics.
Who is Stuart Taylor? Do you know who Stuart Taylor is?
Is that a famous person, or is that somebody in the chat?
I do. Your guess is
Here, how about this?
no, Carrie. Yes, Billy does have a YouTube channel. Is God what? Man, I have to look it up now.
Why don't we have Ron sing a song to us? Everybody pick a song that we're going to sing. All right.
Oh my God!
You're on the spot. Do it.
You karaoke. You want me to do karaoke? I'll get banned for this because I have to have some music behind me. Let's do Uptown Girl.
Sing. Have you seen the movie Frozen? Let it go. Go.
I don't know Frozen. Never seen it.
All right.
What is that like?
It's a Disney
movie? Is that one of them Disney knockoff things?
No,
Dude, I don't know those. My kids don't even watch those, man.
Slayer. Ooh, Slayer.
Oh, Jesus, Dave.
No,
Oh, man. You know what, Vince? I'm probably better doing. Oh, jeez.
How do you know? Hey, what if he started singing and it was like this opera voice? That'd be worth it.
Maybe Angel of Death I could sing.
I'm just putting you on the spot. I'm just having fun.
Oh, Lone
Sing the
Star.
national.
Oh, man.
Goosebumps every time I hear that. Night
Oh,
Storm.
say, can you see
Oh God, what a
by the dawn's early light?
Heard
Oh
a
man,
cat.
I'm not gonna rape. I'm not gonna do that to our national anthem. Do I know the lyrics? Yes. Can I sing worth a crap? Absolutely not.
Totally worth it. That was fun.
Stop it. On and on.
He's
Oh man,
Tigger. All right, Angel of
it is
Death.
crazy times we are living in.
Hilarious.
Jim, have you ever seen anything? Have you ever seen anything like this?
What I do? No, never seen anything. What are we talking about?
The state of the world.
Oh yeah, that's right. We have to be serious on this one. Nope.
Dude, and it's not just America. We're talking about the state of the world. Dude, everything is like being shut down.
It is
Wow.
crazy. Yeah, it's scary. It's
If you're prepared, it's not as scary. Give me
it's still
that.
scary.
I mean, it's not like I'm worried about starving out tomorrow or even the next week or even the week after that. I mean, it's just a lot of people are concerned about that.
True. Sorry, hold on.
Get my sleeping bag. There you go.
Sleeping bag. For chat. Hey, Wilman 757 at DM Lemon. Yeah, no, it's
Dude.
yeah, right now.
Hey man, you know what? Jim asked me, I did it. I know it was horrible, but whatever.
Hey, yeah, but that showed cojones that I was able to put you on the spot like that and you sang.
Hey man.
This will be the last time I'm invited to his live show, I think.
Nah, whatever. You kidding me? Yeah, dude, you've always got an open invite.
What else? Let's what do y'all want to do? What should we do?
Wait, do we have any games we can play? Oh yeah, come on, pull up a game, dude. Let's play a game.
Or something else.
What's a good game? What would be a good game? Anybody in the chat? You got a good game we could try and play?
Hey, I've got a video of me doing a backflip.
Dude, nope. No, I wouldn't even try that, dude. Shoot up that. Let's shoot up the house. I can't do that. My neighbors would really get mad.
Easy, Vince. ZZ Top.
All right. Catch you later, Vince. Oh, you know what?
Pig.
Have you ever played Cards Against Humanity?
Cards Against Humanity. I know I've played it, but I can't remember what it is.
All right.
Got the expansion packs and everything at the house.
Really? What do you do? What's that game? Oh, where'd he go? He's gone.
This is.
Oh, I thought that was the wall behind him. I did not realize there was open space back there.
You didn't realize what?
I thought that was a wall behind you.
No, that's just a flag.
My perception of your whole area just completely changed. It was weird. Put your hands on the table. There's freedom. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, did you ever see the video of that girl that puts her hand on a table and she's like doing it at like 90 mile an hour, the thing with the knife?
Yeah.
She didn't stab herself. I would have.
Wow. Was she a
Yeah,
robot?
I can like juggle them and like stuff like that, or
She may have been a robot.
catch knives. I do that all the time. I cut myself a lot more. What would
I got so many of these freaking cards. Man, me and my kids kind of went off the wall with these for a while.
movie?
You got so many of these freaking cards.
Oh yeah, I got one.
I can't find any of them.
Jesus pants.
Man. Hold on.
Yeah, that one comment. Where is it? The one.
Keep up with the chat.
I ain't keeping up with nothing. Never catch the knife by the sharp end. Best advice ever. That's good advice. Fun story. So me and my wife's first date, I thought I would impress her by juggling knives, and I threw one up in the air and I caught it behind my back, and it stabbed me in the hand, and yeah, I just like clenched it real good. She didn't even know that it was bleeding, and yeah, I think that's how I won her over. I showed her like 10 minutes later.
Yeah, and you got that cool little crossbow. I really like that thing.
You get the ladies.
What?
What? Nothing. I was telling a story.
Your little crossbow.
What crossbow? Oh, the one that's
Yeah,
on my-
the portable, the cheap one.
yeah, that one's the cheap one. That one wasn't cheap. Well, I guess it's kind of cheap.
Well, yeah, it's cheaper. I guess.
That video that I did, that one gets like 150, 200 views a day. I
Yeah,
think, or something.
right through plywood.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool. I
Maybe
like
kill a rabbit.
juggle. Dude, I would throw this knife up in the air and catch it, but it's like really, really.
Yeah, let's not do that. We don't want to see you slice your throat.
See, now I want to do it. Dang it! Why'd you have to say not to? Damn it! There we go.
What the hell, Lone Star?
Can't see me again. Here we go. Will I cut
That's,
myself?
oh,
That's the game.
because-
Will I cut myself? Nope.
oh, hey, caught it. Let's see your hand. No blood.
Oh wait, there's a little bit of blood. Right there. It happens. That's fun.
That's good stuff.
Somebody call 911. That might be dirt. No, that's blood. All right, what else? What else we got? What time is it?
Oh man. I'll tell you what. I watched that new movie, the Hunt. I believe you probably heard about it.
Nope.
It's the one where it's the liberals that they abduct a lot of conservatives, or as they call them, the what do they call us, deplorables, I think. And so they abduct them and take them to a special place somewhere out of country and start executing them. But we start fighting back, and we end up winning. Actually, in the long run, the movie was fairly decent, but yeah, it was kind of a bad movie for the time, I guess. Because now people are going to be ready to like start shooting each other. I'm just saying. They kind of prepped us. It's almost like The Purge. You remember the Purge movies that they did?
Yeah.
It was along the same lines. They're kind of trying to prepare people. Are you ready to, shoot your neighbor or whatever?
Well,
So it was kind of weird like that, but it was an eye opener. I mean, I was like, oh, okay. But if you watch the movie, the movie has this one chick, man, she comes out top class, dude. Oh man, I'm telling you, she's one tough girl. It almost remind me of my daughter. Like, you ain't killed me yet. I'm gonna kill you. Oh,
Vampire.
the name of it, Pro Carry Trucker. It was called The Hunt. It was supposed to go to the movies, but since the movies are shut down, they put it directly to video. I got it on Amazon. Oh, Umine. You have a good night too, brother. And Forging Woodcraft, you as well. So, anyways,
Human. Good night.
what did Anuki say?
What?
What did Anuki say? Can I help you?
Have any knowledge of 2,500 Rams?
Oh, jeez. Yeah, right. Anuki, like any of us would call 911 for a cut. Oh, no, we got super glue for that.
Be careful, gentlemen.
Oh.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I thought that was a mosquito hawk.
You out of here, Duke? I gotta go, boys. Girlfriend. Duke, you were fun as always. Take it easy, brother.
Yep.
What we got? I had a 3,500 duel once. All right, Duke from Tigger. Duke.
Yep. Super glue and duct tape does work.
Bill, that's what super glue is for. Yep. That's true.
I can't lie. Yeah, God, I've used super glue so many times. I mean, I've gotten some in construction. I've gotten some pretty nasty ones, and super glue was my first aid. That's what I went to. I cleaned it off with water, and then super glued the crap out of it.
Well, that's interesting. Says they're used
Hi,
super
Donna.
glue.
You have a good night.
I'm off now too. Good night, all. God bless. Too much fun now.
Yeah.
Donna, you're the best. Thank you so much, as always.
TP for my bum. Okay, Lone Star. Trying to figure out something as I listen. What are you trying to figure out?
He just said he's trying to figure out something.
Yeah, I've known Lone Star for quite a while.
Hey, drop it. What's up, dude?
Hey, Scott.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. I'm gonna throw a link in here, if that's cool with you, Ron, for the video that Scott just posted, so everybody can.
Yeah. Wait, just posted, or are you talking about the one he posted earlier?
The one he posted today on our other channel, the Deploy or Destroy, which we changed the name to that.
Oh,
recently.
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I should definitely check out that video because Scott did a good job. So that's why. Oh, yeah. All right, Tigger, hey.
Okay. So we got to go back to Lone Star. What are you trying to figure out while you're listening?
Truck problems. Pew, 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 pew.
Truck problem.
Fix my JD.
I don't know. I hear trucks rolling right now. Sirens blaring.
I think it's his personal truck has a problem.
Is that there?
What?
Sirens.
No, that's here. The sirens are in our locale. This right here is on the internet. You want to say hello? Hey, Jim, have you ever met my son?
Hello, son.
Hey, I'm Ron Jr.
What's up, Ron Jr.?
Nothing much. How about you?
I'm just here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Your dad talks about you all the time.
Yep, I do. I'm proud.
Very proud.
Telling you what, man, I'm proud of that kid. He's the next generation patriot.
Oh, good night. I love you. Yeah, that's what it's all about right there. The kids.
And he's dude. I'm telling you, when I say don't back down on our Second Amendment, he gets it. We're done. We're done being stepped on by our government. We're absolutely fucking done with it.
Lucky Donna's not in here. She got you on that one.
Before I go on a tirade.
Uh,
Yeah, I believe you know where I stand on that.
Yeah. Around here, no.
Oh, electrical problem.
Right on. From Scott.
Hmm.
Yeah, did you say it was a Dodge or a Ram with electrical problems? Because I think those come standard when you buy those. I've got a Ram. It's a Rebel, and I keep having little electrical issues with it. And it's a 2017. Yeah, and it's aggravating. And then my wife's got a Durango Citadel, and it's got a ton of electrical issues. So that's what Dodge is good for. Why is Billy looking at me?
My Chevy doesn't have any problems.
Is he still cleaning guns?
He's there, yeah. Chevy
Man,
here.
what the hell are you
I had a
doing?
Chevy before. And it was cool too. It had big old tires on it, and it was all lifted up and freaking brush guard that weighed like 10,000 pounds. It was pretty cool.
Dude, I had a Chevy. It was the heavy half ton.
Yeah.
So I had the full size bed, 4x8 sheets.
There's something that I like about our trucks. Like there's not one that I like really dislike. I don't know. I do like my Dodge or my Ram, but I just wish it didn't have electrical issues. And they're not big issues. It's just like, you'll go to press the window and it won't go down or something like that, or it won't. It's just little things here and there that are aggravating.
Do you ever watch that guy Scott Kilmer?
Sounds familiar.
Scotty Kilmer. He's an old school auto mechanic. I recently found his channel, and the guy's dude, he knows his stuff. So, hey, there's Watchful Warrior. Hey, do you want to come on? Watchful Warrior. You know what? I'm gonna shoot him.
That's right. You and Joe have the giveaway on Friday there, Scott.
I'm gonna shoot this out to all of you.
What?
Anybody who wants to come in. All right.
You take over for me.
No, whatever.
Somebody does. I'm tagging in, tagging out, in, out. You're tagging in. I'm tagging out.
Yeah, Eric. Yeah, Scotty is funny. I've asked him several times what his favorite truck gun or car gun is. He never does respond. He won't tell me what his favorite gun is to carry. No, but anyways, this Scotty guy, he's a mechanic. He's like up in his late 50s, early 60s. Been working on vehicles like since he was 14. His dad taught him. Really knows the trade very well.
I carry 3
He's
guns.
got like 2.5 million subscribers.
I can't believe he won't answer you.
Who?
That's the guy that you said won't answer you about his guns in his car.
Oh,
Millions of subscribers.
it's not like I ever asked him like, "Hey, you better answer me." But I mean,
Yeah, I
he
can't-
lives in Texas, and he already shows his colors. I mean, you know, he doesn't believe in socialism, so that's a good enough example for me. You know, he doesn't believe in socialism. He honestly, he's kind of afraid of the politics right now too. I mean, we're all afraid of the politics right now because the politics are not working for us. They're working against us.
That's true. That
Man,
is true.
what the hell do we do, Jim?
What
I
I
mean,
do.
other than be prepared, what the hell can we do?
You know who should jump in here if nobody else is going to is Scott. Oh wait, he said he was going to be back. Thank you. No, he's back. I think Scott from Drop It Like It's Scott should come into the live show. What do you think?
What's the giveaway?
Tag me out, Scott. Knight's Armory. That person in the back, is that all he does? That's it. I pay him to sit there and
Clean guns.
and just no.
Hey,
That one. Yeah, he's my personal slave. You clean my guns,
He's
biatch.
cleaning his guns. And he's actually over here just hanging out. So yeah, that's Billy. He you see him
Daddy, where'd Mom go?
she's in bed, Bola. You'll see him in my video from time to time. And or holding the camera sometimes too, which is pretty cool. And he's my neighbor.
I'll be honest with you.
Dare I
You are
say,
freaking
friend?
lucky to have a person like Billy living right across the street from you.
No, he's
are-
on. Can you hear
you
me right now?
Huh?
Can you still hear this?
No.
Okay, good. He's the lucky one. What?
now put some money.
Action cam.
Well, can't made by Cobra. What are you talking like G.I. Joe Cobra?
Lynn. What's up, Lynn? I'll have y'all know that Lynn is
I haven't seen
70 to 75% the reason that this beard got shaved.
really.
That's on you, Lynn.
she's the one that
No, really.
Yeah, she was actually the first one that found out that I was going to do it. Yeah, because we were joking. Throw up our little inside joke emoji there, Lynn. See if she does it. If she can hear me, it'll take her a second.
Okay, we got Greg coming in.
Watchful Warrior, what's up?
And we got Cheshire.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, girl?
great.
Nice.
Greg coming in.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
gonna Cheshire Cat. Turn off your Discord.
All right.
There it
hang on
is.
just a minute.
I thank you.
All right.
Ah,
That sound quality is great. I didn't even know I could do this, honestly, because I didn't have any StreamYards or anything. So, hey guys, what's
Click
up?
on it, and there you are.
Here we
I
go.
know, they make it so easy. That is
Going on, Dangerous Freedom. What's going on, Knights Armory?
Hello.
Cheshire. Always nice.
hello.
I hear somebody repeating in the background.
Oh, I know what that is. At least I think I know it. Hold on.
Oh yeah, definitely keep your camera like that. Oh, how'd
Actually,
you do that?
no, I don't think it's me because my volume is turned down because I'm on the live stream, but my volume is turned down, so it shouldn't be looping.
I want to make my head like that. What
Yeah,
are you
just-
doing?
If you can hear me, kill your Discord.
Actually, no, I don't think it's me because my volume is turned down because I'm on the live stream. but
Yeah,
my volume is
you-
turned down.
Oh, I know what it is. You don't have a headset in, do you?
Oh,
Mhm.
Greg, you don't have a headset in, do you?
Oh no, I don't. I can
Yeah.
turn
Probably
that
why.
off though.
Are you watching the live stream?
Yeah, I'm in the live stream.
Okay, that's probably why we're hearing an echo because there's a delay.
Oh yeah, you gotta mute the
No.
Yes, you got to
version.
mute the live stream on YouTube so that we don't hear it looping while there's a delay.
Yeah.
Got you. I forgot. There we go.
All right.
But I can't hear you guys either. If I do that,
Can you hear me?
or can
Well,
I?
I can
Yes,
I
I
can
can.
hear them. Well, I can hear them through StreamYards.
Oh yes, I can. I'm very good.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. There's just such a delay.
Just
Terrible delay.
little technical difficulties and a little learning curve. No big deal.
Yeah.
Very good people, though.
Right.
We have some really good people here in the chat, though.
Well, you know what? I got the
Greg.
StreamYard up. Yep. I see everything.
Messing with all our minds. What are you doing?
Yep.
Just clicking through.
So just
Clicking on my shit. How you guys doing tonight?
Good.
How you been, Knights Armory? How you doing, Jim? My old buddy Jim. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has. Been just busy, and then not so busy lately. These past few. Well, actually, I take that back. Still busy with everything crazy going on. Just busy with different stuff. I built a little garden thing out in my yard here recently. That was fun, and just things like that.
Great time for a garden. It's an awesome time for a garden.
Yeah, I love gardening.
A nice time for everything. If you have a hobby, it's if you're quarantined, now's the time to take advantage of doing some of the little fun things you like to tinker with.
Oh yeah.
Kat, Jim, he makes knives and axes and swords and all that cool shit.
Yes, I have seen his work and I admire his talent greatly.
Hell yeah.
Made me feel good.
Yeah.
You know what? He always makes me like every time I see Jim, I have an undesirable urge to finger fuck my blades. I've got all these knives hanging over here, and I just want to reach over and grab one and just start fucking caressing it. It's like making me crazy right now. It is. It is.
You want to tickle the pickle until it cuts you?
I'm dying. I'm looking at Jim, and I got this urge to grab a hold of this knife over there. I'm like, God damn.
Well,
I'm fighting it.
Do it. Impress us, Greg.
Do it. Okay, I'll do it. Damn it. All right.
All right. Oh man, he's gonna do it.
He's gonna do it, guys. Stay tuned. Nice.
Fuck the bullshit. There you go. Arr, arr. You know what that is, kids? There you go, Jim. You know what that is?
Oh, wow.
Hold on, let me guess. Is
that,
it made by it's not SOG. It's oh god, it's on the tip of my tongue.
This is United Cutlery.
United Cutlery. Dang it, I knew that because I ordered those. I would have guessed it. Yeah, because they're the same ones that make the M48 series. And that
what this is?
An M48. Is that M48?
Yeah. This is the Commando series.
Commando?
Yeah, this is let me see. I don't know if it's the Commando.
He's fingering
or
the blade. That's Commando.
I'm thinking it's the Commando series, but it might be an M48 because it's got the crossbones with the cross knives. It just doesn't say Commando on it.
Thank you for joining us, bro.
Yep. See, I was right.
But that's it. This thing is sweet because you see the handle, right? You see, so if you have this end exposed, right, it looks like a cane, right? So I can keep the whole 2-pound head hidden here with this little. It's got like this little plastic piece that you can put over the knife part, the blade part, the beard of the axe, right? You can hide it, and then you can just turn around and walk around with the cane side, right? And nobody's the wiser. They can't even tell that you got a cane, dude.
That's cool.
So you whip that bitch out and you split someone in half.
We all know you would do it too.
Hell yeah.
Zombie
One
protection.
good chop from my bionic
Hey,
titanium arm.
if we ever have a zombie apocalypse, Greg is going to be the one to have on our team.
Hell yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
And you know what?
No,
Actually,
it's not.
Anybody in this chat is the one who's on our team.
Right.
Lynn M, you know it. You know what? You may not be a fighter, but man, if one of us gets injured, you're gonna heal us up now, ain't you?
Hell yeah, dude. You can't. And as you guys know, you can never just rely on lead slingers. I mean, you need to have some seriously combat approved edge weaponry. You need to have it. Every
They
man
need
needs
melee
to have
weapons.
it. Every woman needs to have it, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, it's important for your survival.
Mm.
Straight up. That's right, Lynn.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jim?
And
You've got some shit like that, don't you?
Dude,
I'm
Jim,
sure-
I think
I'm sure
you're
you do.
muted, man.
yeah, Jim, you muted. You muted.
I know. I did it on purpose. I was having some fun.
Oh,
So, yeah, I thought it was funny too. Okay, what was the question? I forgot.
we were just shooting our weapons.
Oh, that's always fun.
That's it.
Hell yeah.
I like shooting weapons.
We were shooting
Yeah.
the breeze and zombies, and
That's
Yeah.
always.
Hmm.
Now it's all
What are
quiet.
you prepared to do?
Well,
I mean,
hey,
it's
Scott,
gotten. It's
I was
getting
just
to
saying,
the
on
point.
my show.
It's getting to the point now. We have to ask all of us, deep down, what are we prepared to do? What are you really prepared to do to protect your family, to protect your livelihood, to protect your neighborhood?
To protect
I
my
mean,
family.
what are we prepared to do?
that's a viable
Hey,
question.
Scott. Hey, Scott, you want
That's
to
a
come
question
on
a lot
here?
of people won't answer.
Yeah.
Hey, the more
Tag
the
me out.
merrier.
Tag me out, Scott. Come on.
All right, I'll drop a link to Scott.
Beam on up, Scotty.
No Bard. Okay.
Yeah, Scott.
All right,
can
here
come
you
on.
go, Scott. Come on
Tiger
in.
Killam said he's
Show us what you got.
always wanted a double-headed axe. He's always wanted a double-headed pole axe. Tiger Killam is saying,
Wait,
right? He wants
That
to be able to
sounded
kill
great.
motherfuckers on both
did you
strokes.
say Polak or Polak?
Hey, what's the policy on swearing on this channel?
Yeah, what's the policy? Because I'm
It'll
like
make-
totally a potty mouth tonight.
Wait, on that, we're 18 and above.
We're okay. Perfect. I just had to ask. I just had to ask first because you never know, and I don't want to step on any toes or
No,
disrespect.
are you kidding me? Like I could ever be on anything less than 18 and above?
Well, and we all know that I have a potty mouth, but I mean, I still have respect for people's channels and people's space. So I just wanted to ask first.
Cheshire,
Right.
I love you, babe.
Oh, I love you. I love you too, baby.
But I've got
Tinfoil
a
hat.
pretty bad mouth.
She's saying she's a dagger kind of a girl.
That's great.
All right. Looks like Scott's
I
gonna.
live.
I would come in, but I can't. But you all can't handle the truth.
Can't handle the
Oh,
truth,
come
sorry,
on,
Cheshire.
Lynn.
Lynn, babe, I love you so much.
Oh, Lynn, you know what?
Lynn, babe.
I'll be honest. I am born again Christian myself. I can't deny the truth, but I don't play my cards like other people do. I don't believe that just because you don't have a faith in God, you're necessarily doomed to oblivion, like some people I know. And
Who's that?
If you want to make it.
Who's doomed to oblivion? Would you got a heathen? Is there a heathen
no,
around here?
I'm just saying. I know some people that are like, if you don't believe, then you're doomed to oblivion.
You want to know the truth? That's really not their call. Because doesn't it say strictly in the Bible, "Thou shalt not judge, lest ye be judged"? That's God's
Yes, it
job.
does.
That is God's job to judge. It's not theirs. They are not the ones that judge whether somebody's soul is doomed to oblivion or not. I'm not even a Christian, and I understand this concept. I'm not. I've never
Right?
been.
Yeah, I don't think so,
I've never
Eric.
been. Well, here's the thing: is I am at most culturally Christian, right? But I was never baptized, and I was raised in a secular home with a Catholic mother and an atheist father. And so I
Yikes.
learned. Yeah, I learned both ends. Catholicism and and then also the secular atheistic side.
Man, that's one whirlwind of religion
Wow.
you grew up in. Holy crap.
It's a whirlwind of confusion, is what it is.
What ball am I supposed to use?
But as far as my spiritual beliefs, I absolutely unequivocally believe in a higher power, or what some would consider God. I really don't care to go into how I got to that point, but I'm not officially baptized, but I do have respect for the idea of a God. I actually accept the idea of there being a higher power.
Yep.
And anybody who is actually trying to, I guess, shit on the idea of there being a God are people that want to be God themselves. That's what I see.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
All right, Jim. Hey,
Good night,
thanks for
everybody.
hanging out, brother.
are you
No
out?
problem. Yeah, I'm gonna get going to bed and all that good stuff. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
he's still got a slave labor over there cleaning guns.
All right. So you guys have a good night. Thank you so much for having me on, and I will see y'all later.
Jim,
Billy,
good to see you, Jim.
Good night, Jim. It was
You both.
good to see you.
You
Hi.
as well. Your icon. So, good night, guys.
I'm gonna have to put like some a picture of like a really super ugly chick or something on there. There's something funny.
I've seen you before.
I know you have, but
Yeah.
you know nobody else has.
Right.
There are very few people out there actually know what I look like.
Right. All right, guys.
I don't think it matters. Cheshire.
See you later. Bye.
Bye, Jim.
Bye,
I
Jim.
know you buy what you say.
Where's the button?
Man, you guys hear that in the background?
I hear
Yeah,
dogs
there's
barking.
Dogs barking.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that often.
Well, guess what? If you hear shots and those dogs stop barking, that's the time to pick up your gun and go outside.
Actually, I was thinking I was going to be the first one to pick up the gun.
Right?
Man, I'm telling you, man, it gets stupid sometimes. But
Yeah.
whatever, you know, I play it by ear. You know, I'm not the first to this rodeo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, Tigger is right. Cheshire, there you don't have a diagram picture on your icon.
Yes, I don't. Well, this is the first time that I've ever used StreamYards.
Oh, okay.
This is it's the first time I've ever used
Oh,
it. So
cool.
I don't have
No, we got
and I don't even
okay.
think I have any photos or anything that I could upload. I mean, I edit your avatar. I wonder. I just don't want to accidentally turn my camera on because one of the I think I've mentioned it in some of the other live streams, but one of the conditions of me being able to live stream is that I'm unable to show my image. So my husband doesn't want me to show my image because he would fear for my safety if my image got out there and somebody could figure out who I was. So for my safety, we made kind of a compromise that I could live stream, but I am not to show my image. So, and
hey, you know what? I find that totally fair.
So that's why my
and-
image is not out there, guys.
Hey, let's welcome our friend Scott.
Drop
Hey,
it like it's Scott,
Welcome,
my
Scott.
brother. It's good to see you.
Hello. How are you?
Doing well,
Scott's
my brother.
checking the perimeter.
I'm outside.
He's
It's
checking the
dark.
perimeter.
So if you can't see me, it's okay. I'll just shine light right there.
No, we can
Yeah,
see you.
no,
It's good to see you.
coming in crystal clear, bro.
I'll just stand this way. How's
There
that?
you go.
Oh,
Nice.
now you look like you're in a sun glow.
It's that thing. It's the street light shining bright on me. But I gotta
So
walk
are you
around
in
so the mosquitoes don't get
quarantine
me.
or what?
There's a skeeter on my beater. Whack it off.
Scott, are you in quarantine or what?
What's that?
Are you in quarantine?
You know.
No, I don't.
Yes.
Obviously not. He's out walking around, so
Well, I mean, technically
front
yes,
door.
but also technically no, because they tell us to stay in. But I mean, with my job, I'm exempt from any quarantine.
I gotcha. Okay.
So technically, they say don't go outside; you'll spread the virus. I'm like, meh. So I have my beliefs and issues with this thing that I kind of just keep to myself.
well,
you
why
can't
don't you
get around that.
share him here?
Yeah, no doubt, man. I'll tell you what. You tell me yours, I'll tell you mine.
Show me yours, I'll show you mine. Beautiful. Let's do it.
No, I think there's some issues going on where people are getting sick, and there's something going on out there. But do I think is it needed to be blown out of proportion as much as it has been? And my answer to that is no.
No.
You know what? I actually think I agree. No, I agree with Scott, and I've actually had discussions with people about this. And one of the things that I had brought up was that I think that this is going to be used to suspend our constitutional freedoms and to start taking our rights away.
Well, they're gonna have a good luck with that one.
Yeah. So they're going to try. They're going to try. This is going to be the guys that they're going to use to do it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I look at it this way, and I pulled up the statistics on the CDC, and in the past 6 months, 40,000 people have died from the flu.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't shut anything down for that.
Right.
Nope.
And we've had almost 500,000 across the world that have had this infection. But yet, over the past 6 months, almost 35 million people have had the flu.
Right.
There's something that's just not adding up. So in the words of Forrest Gump, that's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, sometimes people do things that don't make no sense.
I know, right?
It's like a box of chocolates.
Oh,
That's like a
man.
box of chocolates.
Yeah,
You never
we
know
put
what
that
you're
on a
gonna
regular
get.
basis. Hey, let's welcome my brother
Yeah.
Roger.
Hey, Roger, what's going
Hello.
on?
What's up, Detroit?
Roger, what's happening?
Not
Woo,
much,
we got a
guys. I
party.
made it back. Yeah, this is the biggest live I've been involved in almost a year.
Nice.
This is the second live I've been 2 days. I did one yesterday for a little bit, and then tonight, and then next Tuesday I'll be on with Tyler Wood, and then Friday night we'll be on with American Joe.
Right on.
So doing my giveaway on Friday night with Joe.
Oh, what are you giving away?
2K.
Ooh,
2K?
that seems
That's
like
right.
just a dream for me.
I would prefer like a weapon. I mean, money is one thing, but I prefer a weapon personally.
Well, I mean, it's not $2,000.
Well, you want to know something? In the instance of a total collapse, or anything where the rule of law or any of our social structures or infrastructure begins to break down, money's going to be absolutely worthless in that world. The best forms of currency are going to be food, it's going to be medicine, and it's going to be weapons, it's going to be guns. Ammunition will be a big one, and ironically, I heard a rumor that cigarettes will be a currency.
Oh, I just bought 5 more cartons today.
And you know what, y'all? I quit smoking, so I'm done.
I'd be out of luck if it came to
Tobacco, I
cigarettes.
mean, there'll be I wouldn't be surprised if marijuana ended up becoming currency, like weed.
It will.
Yeah, it's not going to
It
be paper
absolutely
money.
will.
It's not going to be paper money. It's going to actually be tangibles
Nah.
that can be traded.
See, the thing about weed is that weed you can do. Here's a couple of ways how weed can actually do this. Right. One thing is everybody can grow weed. Everybody, even in snowy climates, you can grow weed. So that's one thing, is that everybody has access to it. Reason 2 is that you can actually take weed and compress it into a coin size shape, right? That's another thing about weed.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing about weed is you can actually eat it, right? You can actually eat it, and it's actually a kind of a medication for a lot of people, right?
Yes, it is.
So it's a
It's
food
an
you can
herb,
eat. It's a medicine you can take. Everybody can grow it. You can actually have different qualities. Like high grade qualities might be your $50 piece, where lesser grade qualities might be a $25 piece, or you never know. But weed is actually a legit form of currency.
Absolutely.
I think.
Just to jump in there, Watchful Warrior, about the marijuana being a commodity, I think you kind of killed the value of it with your first statement that almost anybody can grow it. I don't know how much most people know about tobacco. Um, Tobacco is a very, very, very complicated process. The growing of it is very easy, but the
Well, so is weed,
curing
though.
and fermenting of
Well,
it.
I'm not talking about growing cotton, my friend. Pot grows anywhere, dude. I grew that shit. I've grown it all my whole life. That shit,
Yeah,
you can
but
grow it
here's
anywhere.
here's the thing though
Look,
there's
easy to
actually
grow.
there's a science to growing high grade
Well,
stuff.
yeah,
There's a
agree.
yeah.
process,
You need high.
and if you're growing weed, and especially if you're actually selling the buds, there's a process to making those buds grow. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's a complicated
Hell yeah.
process. So I think Detroit Prepper is absolutely correct about that.
I think the amount of time involved in processing tobacco is going to make it far more valuable than something that grows as a weed that you can pull from the tree and set on a piece of paper and it dries itself basically.
Right.
I mean, with tobacco you have to
Yep.
pick it slowly. You don't pull the whole plant and dry it out. You pull it in a staggered, I guess I don't know the exact right word, but you don't pull the whole plant. You pull ripe leaves, and then you store those, and then you have to go through a process of drying those leaves. And then after you dry those leaves, you have to ferment those leaves. And then once those leaves are fermented, you have to put them into a form which you can actually consume them with fire, which is very hard. I have found using a pasta slicer is the best way to process it, but I don't think the federal government has decided that it's legal to grow tobacco, but illegal to grow marijuana because it's something that everybody can do. I personally don't know more than one person that can cultivate tobacco all the way to consumption.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah, and he's gonna be in high demand, but it's like Tinfoil Hat is saying. She made some comments in here. One thing is you can make clothes out of hemp. There's a textile industry, right? You only need a simple weaving loom to be able to make clothes, right, from hemp. A weaving loom is not hard to construct or build, right? Tobacco is very complicated. So like you said, that if you try to smoke green tobacco, it'll kill you. You'll kill you deader than a doornail. You'll get too much nicotine and shit, and that shit will kill you. So you fuck around with tobacco and try to grow that, you're going to end up dead. Tobacco takes a long time to cure and process, just like you said, right? Pot, on the other hand, doesn't. I mean, you can actually a lot of people dry that shit in their microwave oven. I mean, that really kind of destroys it too. But those are your hardcore potheads. They'll do that. But normally, you just hang it up for a period of a month or so, and you let it air dry, right? So that's not complicated. The other thing about it is you can get actually per square foot, you can grow more pot than you can tobacco, right?
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
So that's another reason. Right. So why bother with a low grade tobacco plant that most people are going to try and kill themselves on, right? You're never going to turn that into currency. But I can tell you what, I can grow one or two plants, punch those buds out into something that looks like a quarter, right? And I'll be able to trade those motherfuckers for some eggs down the road all day long.
I'll tell you why somebody's
here's a
I'll tell you why
here's a 25-cent piece of pot. Let me have some eggs.
I'll tell you why somebody's going to go through the trouble of processing that tobacco, because nothing goes better after a joint than a cigarette.
Well, that's right. And here's something else that people don't know. THC on pot, which is the chemical compound that makes you high, is actually, right, you know what it is? You guys are going to love this. It's actually an insecticide. The plant itself actually produces its own insecticide to keep it from getting eaten by bugs. That's why you can grow pot outside, and you don't have to worry about bugs eating that shit, because the bugs hate that, because the THC is actually insecticide, right? There are a few things you have to worry about with pot, but bugs eating it is not one.
And also the same applies to tobacco, because I don't know if most people know, but most high-powered insect killers are made from nicotine. A single drop of pure nicotine on your skin is enough to kill you.
It'll burn you. It's nasty.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah, nicotine,
nasty.
man. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that
I
shit.
don't know
Yeah, that
anything
will
about
kill you.
that stuff.
For real.
Ah, I never heard that one.
Well,
Talk
another
about
good thing,
ammunition. I'll go all day long.
Eric is talking about in cars, right? Some of you guys don't know this, but Henry Ford, the first version of a car he made actually ran on hemp oil, and the whole car was actually made out of composite panels of pot. Because you know what? When you cook pot down, it forms a real thick resin. That resin is actually watertight. It's waterproof, so you can actually use it as a roofing material, right? To seam up some, you know, like you can, so you use it for that. You can use it as a fuel, a biofuel, right? And you can compress it into things like a hood of your car. You could make it. The first Model T was actually made of pot. It was actually, the panels were pressed into this. It was almost like an early version of fiberglass, if you know what I mean. But pot is like that shit is super valuable. Like just for the rope making properties alone, it's valuable, right? Just if you had to make ropes, that alone.
Well, and clothing, you can make
your
textiles and linens, and you can make you could weave linens and clothing and curtains, rope, you can make shoes out of hemp. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's an extremely valuable crop.
Look at Lynn. Look at Lynn. She had, that's funny as shit, Lynn. See, I love Lynn because Lynn's sense of humor is spot on.
Sorry to go check
She's
my
like,
grow
sorry, I had to go check on my grow lambs.
I gotta check on my grow. Atta
That's
girl.
right. But you can grow lambs, girl.
I'm glad I'm not
They're
the
not
only
drawing
one.
too much power.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that know what's up with weeds. So
Yeah.
I
know, right?
I'm glad that many of you are growing gardens. We have not yet started, which is my shame. I mean, I put a lot of things on back hold. Like I was reloading ammo, and I had to put that on back hold. I had to double up on different preps. I got more vitamins. I got more shit hit the fan, survival stuff. So anyways, I had to kind of cut down some of my other ones, my previous goals. But I'm still keeping up. I mean, that's all we can do is just try and keep up. I mean,
one day at a time.
Every day it changes. I mean, one day you've got a county or a state that just declared a national emergency, and then the next thing you know, you got National Guard running through. I mean, geez, just.
Well, it's already saying that. Like, there's a ticker across the news right here. It says, "And National Guard members to be deployed as medical response personnel." So what you're going to have is you're going to have a whole bunch of people that look like soldiers running around with armbands, acting like medics, but they're really not qualified to be a medic or a doctor. So really, what they're telling you is they want to socialize your mind into seeing camouflage people everywhere, right? Now, the first waves of those guys are not going to have guns, but there's always going to be a group that have guns close by. That's going to be what's called the reaction team. So if you start fucking around with any of these guys in camouflage that are perpetrating like they're doctors, right? You screw with those cats, then you're going to see the dudes with the guns come out, right? So do not screw with the medics is what I'm telling you.
Oh,
or you're gonna know what's what real quick.
I wouldn't. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't with any
tinfoil hat.
I mean, if I was put into a situation where it was their life or mine, then yeah, I would make up my mind then. But as far as a medic, no, I wouldn't picture myself going after military at all.
And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mess with those guys either. I mean, I'm going to be straight up. I may be white trash, but that doesn't mean I'm stupid.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to jump off.
And
okay, Scott. Hey, you take care, bro.
Appreciate you having me on. You guys have a great night. We'll see you.
Bye, brother. It was good to see you.
Good to see you.
You too. All right, see you.
White trash.
And then
Dude,
tinfoil hat
it's
says,
truth,
"I'm concerned about UN troops being thrown into the mix." I have not heard that they're using UN troops. I don't think they're going to use UN troops. I think as soon as you see UN troops, I think it's going to be bullets are going to fly because America has enough people to take care of America, right? We don't need UN troops over here. And let that just be a message to them. You're not wanted or appreciated over here on soil. You will be shot on sight, bottom line. And anybody who is defending them will be shot on sight as well. So if you happen to be one of those military guys who are protecting a UN guy and you get shot, you fucking deserve it because you're a traitor.
Judas
you never help
Iscariot.
foreign soldiers on our country. You never let them on our soil ever.
We don't
Bottom
have
line.
time. Yeah, we don't have time
Never.
for a bunch of Judas Iscariots in our republic. We have no time for
No.
that.
So don't
And
so
no
tinfoil hat. Do not concern yourself with those fucking blue helmets. They will be the first to die, right? So
And
worry
they're
not.
probably carrying the same ammo that we use. And
Exactly.
we'll be able to
So it's a
steal their
bonus every time you
magazines.
get one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a few cargo pockets filled with ammo, and maybe a couple of guns.
5.56.
So it's win-win.
Okay. Oh, he's got 7.62. Okay, here you go. You have those. Give me the 5.56. I like
Tinfoil hat. You know what? For
I
years,
love
I've-
the AK for the just the size of the bullet. I mean, that's a beautiful freaking round. I got one right here somewhere. But I prefer the AR only because of the fact it goes much faster and kind of tears more of a hole, or at least as much of a hole. And it's going to be more common. It's going to be a more common round. I feel that. I mean, I know the AK is very popular, but I don't think there's as many AK rounds in America as there are AR.
I think I'm gonna have to agree with you on that, Dangerous Freedom. There's gonna be more 5.56 ammunition than any one man could ever use.
Yep.
And I'm sure half of
Yep.
it'll be laying on the ground.
Yeah, and shotgun ammo too. I mean, there's going to be all kinds of shit, dude. I mean, that's not even a thing. Tinfoil hat says that she thinks that they're already here because Obama brought them in, and well, that might very well be true.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
And
It's definitely true.
but if you ever,
I wouldn't be shocked at all.
you ever see one, I mean, and here's the thing that I say on my show, like, I didn't ask them tonight because I already knew what the answer was because I know everybody in chat, but I said, you let me know when you run across somebody who has coronavirus at first person. In other words, it's your brother, your sister, your grandmother, someone you know, not your friend's mother, brother, or something they're telling you about, right? That's third party.
Mother's
right?
cousin's brother's former roommate.
Yeah, that's bullshit. You have to know that person firsthand, right? And you know what? Nobody in my chat could do it, and I would wonder if anybody in this chat could do it either. Right?
I have yet to even hear a story of my friend's cousin, my buddy I used to work with.
Right.
I have yet to even hear that story.
Exactly.
So,
I haven't heard that
certainly
story
not
either.
expecting to hear somebody I know personally tell me that story.
So,
do you think
so
it's
you know what?
inevitable, though? Do you think it's inevitable that we're all going to get sick? I mean, I think at the rate that it's spreading.
I think they're trying. I sure think they're
I
trying
don't
to make
believe
us
that.
all
My
sick.
kids don't believe that.
Well, you
Not
think
all
they're
of them.
Roger? You think they're trying?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. With every action they've been taking, leads me to believe, at least in my opinion,
they're scaring the shit out of us.
Well, you know what though? They were awfully negligent in closing the borders, and it's really interesting because you had the CCP that covered this up, and one of the first cases of coronavirus popped up back as early as October. And we just got to the point where Trump was suggesting closing the borders at the end of January. And then the news were telling Trump that he was racist for wanting to close the borders when it just makes sense to close everything down and not let anybody coming in when that virus is spreading.
Well,
now the media is blaming Trump because the virus has spread.
You're right back.
Let me be
these people.
Let me be the first to say, racism is not a crime. It's an observation. It's something that you can see in every person you look at, what their race is. So it's not a crime to be able to say the French did it, the country of the Chinese did it. That is not a racist statement. That's simply a statement of observation.
Right.
And you can prove that.
Right.
It happened here first. And just what you were saying earlier, Kat, I have been on a few live chats where we've talked about C19, and I've been screaming. The first time I heard about it was around my birthday, and that was in October.
Mm.
So I don't know how February 2nd came and everything was such a surprise to everybody, but I think it kind of goes to what I was saying, that they are welcoming this tragedy amongst our people in this country,
Mhm.
and they're going to do the absolute bare minimum to save face and say that we're trying to stop this. It's not what any country should do when there is a pandemic, whether there is or not. If they're claiming there is a pandemic, the first thing you need to do is close your borders. And I don't care if that's to American citizens,
Mhm.
to foreign citizens.
Yeah.
We have to contain our population within our borders. And then all those people that decided to travel overseas need to be contained in a different location
Mhm.
until they can be cleared medically by whatever method they're using now. I mean, they've gone from a one week test to a 1 day test to a 12-hour test
Yeah,
to a
no,
4-hour test. Now they're down to 5 minutes on the test. I mean,
I see. Yeah, the one where they just like take
we
a
can't
couple
cure
probes.
cancer, but we can bring a test from a week down to 5 minutes in a matter of days, weeks. I mean, it just
weeks.
it's a hard
Yeah, it's a hard
pill for me
sell.
to swallow.
Well, I think
It's
the
a
reason
damn hard sell. I mean, do I trust it? Do you trust it?
I think
do we
I think that
trust
this
any of
pandemic.
this? Do
I think this pandemic. I actually am erring on the end that this was actually a biological weapon,
outbreak.
that this pandemic was released.
Yep.
Because if you take a look at what was going on before this pandemic occurred in October, we had the protests in Hong Kong. We had Trump tariffing or putting some pretty steep tariffs on China. So it would make sense that the CCP would actually drop this on their citizens, cover it up and keep it a secret, and let people travel to all the areas of the world, especially the West, because the West was the ones putting the tariffs on them. But also, China has been manufacturing a lot of our stuff that we use. They manufacture our antibiotics, our surgical equipment, our respirators, our surgical masks. Amazing. They got us by the balls. They really do, because we've had a bunch of our manufacturing, a bunch of our businesses and our corporations who have actually married themselves with our government through lobbying, sell this country out little by little by little, way before any of this ever happened, to China. So, and by the way, a lot of these corporate shills that are, well, we need open borders and because we care about the people. They don't care about anybody. What they care about is the cheap labor, and what they are trying to do, because there was such a good standard of living here in the United States, that they want to outsource to countries that literally have their citizens enslaved. So they're using the slave labor in China. That's why they outsourced everything to China, because China has those people enslaved. Literally, these people are living in factories. They are living in cots. These factories have suicide nets in them because people are killing themselves under the work conditions there. So when Trump got into office and started putting tariffs and started putting pressure on China to change some of these things, you had uprisings going on in Hong Kong. It made sense for the CCP to release this in Wuhan against their own citizens and let it spread. And I've had people ask me, would the CCP actually kill their own citizens? Absolutely. They did it during Mao's Red Revolution to the tune of 100 million of their own citizens. So yes, I think this was a biological weapon. I think this was done on purpose.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. Something this deadly did not come from a bat stew.
No. I don't think it came from bat or bushmeat.
I mean, come on, let's be honest with each other. Ozzy Osbourne's been eating raw bats for what, 35 years now?
Right.
Bark at
Well,
the
it's funny
moon.
because they say that Ebola spreads to the human population through bushmeat too, but I wonder about that. I almost wonder if that wasn't a biological weapon.
No,
I think HIV/AIDS might have been a biological weapon.
Well,
Never.
you know, I've always maintained that no matter what we think we know, we are going to always be the last to know what's really going on.
Yeah,
And,
but we're gonna be the first. Oh my
We're
God.
going to be the first ones to suffer the secondary consequences of what's going on. That's for sure. We're gonna be absorbing the worst of it.
Yeah,
And it's because to these globalists, these communist Agenda 21 communists, we are completely expendable.
absolutely. I mean, we're cattle.
Yes, exactly. They do not care about us. We are totally expendable. And even think about the I was talking to another friend of mine who knew FBI agents, or who these people are actually in the know, in military, FBI, and I heard rumors that they're going to lock us down. They're going to figure out who is essential and who is not. And then what they're going to do is they're going to issue us ID cards. And if we are caught without our ID cards when we're traveling, we'll be arrested. And the same thing is that there's going to be people who are designated to go to the grocery stores to get essential food and supplies. And if these people are caught without their grocery cards or without their ID cards, they're going to be arrested. And one of the guys in our live stream, Greg Iron Crane, was saying that they are implementing this very same thing in California right now. And he is required to carry papers in order to go to and from work and in order to go to and from the grocery stores.
I think that will last about as long as it takes for them to basically execute the first couple dozen, maybe couple hundred people, and then the firestorm they will face will be nowhere near worth what they hope to achieve by such measures against.
Right.
No doubt, dude. The people will stand up, man, and we'll stand up as a united front. And they won't stand a freaking chance, dude. We will mow them down. I don't care if they've got Apache helicopters. We will still mow them down.
I heard John at the Prepared Mind so eloquently put what will happen. So, basically there'll be 20 men that attempt to take one man's possessions, and they will get those possessions, but they're going to lose one or two people when that happens.
At least.
Now, when they go to the next house, they're going to lose another one or two people. Then move to that third, fourth, and fifth house at an attrition rate of 1 to 2 people. They ain't going to be taking very many guns from very many people for very long.
No doubt.
So,
and the sooner that other neighbors realize it, and that's like where I'm at, dude. My neighbors are armed, man. If one of us has the police show up to try and take their guns, I guarantee you at least 5 people within my proximity will be coming down with guns.
Well, and I think
we'll draw down. We'll do whatever we have to, because you're not taking one of our neighbors' rights to own a firearm.
I think the only chance they have for getting the guns from American people will come about in 1 or 2 ways. One is everybody is sick enough and they're willing to trade their guns for the cure to make the pain stop. And I think the only way they could possibly compel us to give up our firearms is to starve us enough and our children enough to compel us to trade our firearms for food or medicine. I think that's the only possible way.
Man,
who's to say? But here's the thing, though: is who's going to stop us from raiding these people who are holding the food and the cures?
Well, that's the unfortunate part of it all. I think
That's
that
why I love Cheshire.
I think
Let's go, baby.
the
Let's
Yeah,
go.
who
I'll lead
is
the way.
who is going to stop the people from raiding these people for food and cures? Do they think we're not going to do it?
unfortunately, what I think is that there will be no cures and there will be no food, and
Well, you know what?
That-
Then we
that
might as
will-
well go in guns a blazing and take out as many of them as we can.
Amen.
We're gonna, if we're going down, they're coming with
God,
us.
God,
If
I
we're
love
going down, they are coming with us.
you. Damn right.
We're not doing.
Absolutely
I'm not
damn
accepting
right.
any. I'm not accepting any of these doomsday. They're going to starve us out and take our. That ain't going to happen. We're gonna think around these
We're gonna
people.
fight.
What these people need to figure out is that they cannot control us. They will not control us.
I agree with you 100%. Pat.
We are free under God. I do not take directions from any man on earth. I take direction from God. These are my God-given rights.
I agree
And
with
I
you
ain't afraid,
100%.
and I ain't afraid of meeting God to defend my people, to defend my fellow Americans, and to do the right thing and defend our freedom. I am not afraid to die for it.
Unfortunately, Kat, I think you are a part of the 1%. That's the unfortunate part. I think me, Dangerous Freedom, you.
It only takes
most
a
of the
small
people that
number of us. It only takes a small number of us to really fuck shit up for these people.
Dude, and
I'm
Roger.
telling you, if this is what they have in store for us, let's fuck their shit up. We're gonna do it.
Roger, I tend to agree with Cheshire on this, dude. We're much more than 1%. We're more like 3%. And I mean, even if you go back to the 1700s, dude, that's all it took back then.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly believe that's all it's going to take right now. But there has to be enough people that are going to stand up for your damn rights and say, no, you're not doing this. Like,
I think the only
all right, I've got to go on. This whole new stimulus package. I have a feeling this is going to end up screwing all of us in the long run.
It is going to screw us in the long run. It's going to completely crash everything out because it's going to make our money worthless. People don't understand how money works. They're basically what they're literally doing is adding zeros onto a balance sheet, but what it does is it waters down the money supply. So we're going to see things actually get more expensive. So when people are complaining things are getting more expensive, it's not. Our money is losing its value.
Right. Before, guys, listen, the value of $1 was really only 60 cents. Okay. And after all of this stuff, the value of $1 is going to be down to like 20 cents. I'm not fucking kidding you a bit. Because all of the money, all of the debt, once removed from the value of the dollar is what the dollar's actually worth.
I just cut the math.
So
1% of 365 million strong Americans, 1% is 3,650,000 people. That is 3,650,000 patriots that are willing to fight, and that is enough to fuck shit up. Like I said, if they are going to do this to us, we're going to burn it to the ground. They are going to get nothing. And we got to be willing to die for it.
There's 11 million veterans that have all been trained by the military on how to use weapons, right? And out of that 11 million, 8 million of them are combat proficient and combat ready. In other words, they're not too old and they're alive. They're not broken. They can still fight. And that's a huge amount of people, ladies and gentlemen.
But the 3.6 million, though, that's armed patriots that are ready to fight.
Amen.
What is the percentage that are sympathetic to just our cause and would help us? Absolutely. You got to think about that too. You got to think about the people that would shelter us. You got to think about the people that would actually slip us food. You got to be the people that would be willing to set up networks and you know, you got to look at everybody. We're more than 1%.
Right. And during times like this, people in the military want to be home with their families like everybody else.
Yes.
So desertion rates are going to go up. They have to give their troops furlough, or their guys are just going to fucking bail on them because they need to be home taking care of business, and you can't do that when you're worried that your family's coming down with the coronavirus, right? You know, so during times like this, everybody gets to go home. we're not actually fighting anything. That's bullshit. When you say we're fighting an invisible enemy, well, no, we're not fighting an invisible enemy. You left that motherfucker in the door when you didn't seal it up, and now that he's here, we have to deal with it. But yeah, I kind of get where you're at, but you're turning on all of these new laws and rules that we the people don't really see justification for. Right? You've got a lot of people spun up over this shit. And you made some really scary maps on YouTube, the ones with the big red circles around them and stuff. But in my county, there's only very few people that have coronavirus, right?
Yeah.
Not like other places. They're completely eat up with it. You know what I mean?
God, like New York.
Again,
New York.
New York, yes.
Look at
They're
Detroit.
fucked up there.
Yeah.
We've got
all the major
They're saying that they don't even have enough ventilators for all the sick, and they're starting to get to the point where they're like Italy, where they're going to have to start making decisions as to who lives and who dies, who gets the ventilators and who just gets left.
What do they call that? Triage.
Right.
Yeah.
It's triage. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a really rough triage. I mean, normally I used to work in the medical field, and normally triage is just okay. Well, do you have a cold? Do are you an emergency case, or are you here with the sniffles? Like, what is it?
Have you ever watched the season?
Am I mistaken, Kat? I mean, basically, triage means who's first.
Basically.
Okay.
It's basically sorting people based on level of severity, but what they're doing is they're actually triaging who they think has a better chance to survive. Okay. And then they're making the call for people.
Prep says.
Yeah, they're making the call for people who they think are probably going to pass away from it anyway, so they're just letting them go.
I believe you are absolutely correct, brother. There are many.
He's about the support. The support.
There are many of us ready for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, I think we talked about a little bit earlier in the chat, Dangerous Freedom. Now that we know all this stuff, and basically I believe everybody in this chat and in the chat agrees, what's the line? When's the bell ring? Is it like you said, when they start coming door to door to take guns? Is that what we have to wait for?
Oh, that would definitely be a last straw. I don't know.
I think that would be a huge trigger. I don't think that people are going to sit back and let I'm not going to let them beat my door down and take my weapons when I've done nothing wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. It's like.
So short of that ever happening, short of them ever coming door to door to seize firearms.
Probably lack of food, where people will be panicking and rioting, and then probably what'll end up happening is that we'll have troops. It'll probably start with them trying to subdue people who are rioting and who are protesting and who are going against the troops, and it'll probably take an actual where the troops get overwhelmed and they actually lose their cool and start shooting people. And I think that would be a possible trigger.
Okay.
Yeah, the shot heard around the world.
The shot heard around the world. It'll be a matter of them coming in to subdue because we're not going to take being quarantined, and we're out of food, and we've got sick family and stuff like that, and so people actually start going out and rioting and protesting, and then they'll send troops in. The troops will lose their cool and shoot us, and then that'll be what'll trigger us to be like, you know what, we're not doing this.
I'll have to step in here though, Cheshire, because I think a lot of us are prepared. We have extra food, so like even if our neighbors aren't prepared like we are, we'll help them out as long as they're on our side.
What I'm hoping is that there's going to be a lot more cohesion between people and by the way, I think there actually is. I mean, I've been seeing things in media that we're all divided and we all hate each other, but what I'm actually seeing on the ground is that we are actually more cohesive than they want to even think we are.
Yep.
And
can I take a second here to tell a story I love to tell?
Go for it. I love to tell it.
It's all about cohesion. I don't know how anybody could not remember back in 2003, 2004 when we had the big power outage. That kind of makes me always think back to what happened when that happened. I mean, people weren't going crazy, breaking into stores or anything. My neighbors came from down the street because I had the grill going, and they brought what was in their freezer. And, we got together with the guy at the gas station that we all went to, and we hooked the generator up so we could pump gas out of his pumps. And cohesion is exactly what I mean. I've never used that word to describe what happened that week, but I think you gave me the word to describe what will most likely be the reaction from the average person. I don't think most people will run out and rob the first person they see. I don't think most people will kill the first person they see walking up to their front door to knock on it. I think we are a lot more civil than any media or government official will ever give us credit for. And I think that's not 1%. I don't think that's 3%. I think that's 99%. So we may not all be fighters, but we are all brothers in arms.
Exactly. And there was also a similar thing. Do you remember, what was it, a few years back when that false missile warning was sent into Hawaii, that there was a nuclear ballistic missile heading into Hawaii? And they expected the people in the Hawaiian Islands to panic and to hurt each other, and that is not what happened. Nope. These people actually sheltered each other. They took each other in. They were eating together. They held each other. They hugged each other. They were just together. And it was a completely unexpected reaction. And
it was only unexpected by the people that didn't want it to happen.
Right. And that's because, and the reason why is because that these people that are pulling this propaganda, these elites and these communists and stuff, they have to believe that we are uncivilized and that we are unintelligent animals so that they can justify doing what they are doing to us. The process is called dehumanization. It's a process that they use to dehumanize us.
Absolutely.
And so then they justify, well, they deserve to be treated like animals. They deserve to be corralled like cattle. They deserve to have their freedoms taken away from them. It's dehumanization, and they're justifying it that way. And it's how they can actually think in their mind, well, we're doing the right thing for these people because these people are animals and they can't think for themselves. And the reality is we are sentient human beings. We may not be as rich as them. We may not have as much influence as them, but we are sentient, feeling human beings. We love, we yearn, we hurt. We want to be included. We want to be loved. We want to love. These people are denying us that. That's what this is about.
I do know, Kat. 35 years ago, my great grandmother, the daughter of a slave, explained to me what dehumanization was and how they did it and how it took her a lifetime to realize that she was not this animal that they made her out to be.
Exactly.
That she did love the same way they loved. She did care for her children the same way they cared for their children. And I think you hit the nail on the head here. And I don't think any amount of effort they put into trying to dehumanize my neighbor in my eyes will ever work. And I don't think it'll work in the eyes of, like I said, 99% of people.
Right.
I'll be right back. I got to use the men's room.
Go for it. We'll wait right here. But yeah, and it's a process of dehumanization. It's a process of dehumanization is what allows institutions like slavery to flourish. The CCP has the same viewpoint of its people. That these people are stupid, they're not as good, they're poor, they're dumb, they're Han, they're Mandarin, they're an inferior race. It's a process of dehumanization where this is how people can justify in their minds. That's how they can get over their cognitive dissonance of what they're doing to another human being.
It's hard.
By dehumanizing them in this way. That is how slavery was able to flourish in the United States at the time that it did. They dehumanized these people. Okay, they're not as intelligent. They're not sentient. They don't feel what we're doing to them. They don't, they can't learn. This is how they got over that cognitive dissonance that
Their
justify
arms.
what they were able to do to these people. This is how the Nazis were able to dehumanize the Jewish people in Germany. These the Jewish people, they're not sentient. They don't care about anybody. They're morally corrupt, and they're morally bankrupt. Everything is their fault. They steal land and wealth from the German people. All of these things allowed the Nazis to dehumanize the Jewish people, and that was how they were able to look into their eyes and execute them by the millions.
And they're doing the same thing to the U.S.
And throw them into crematoriums like they were animals. This is dehumanization.
I have to weigh in here. I mean, it takes a very special kind of person. I've been a hunter and a fisherman since I was a child, and I have to tell you, taking the life of even an animal is not a pleasure to me. It is a pain that I feel every time I have to dispatch an animal in a trap. It's something that I have felt every time I have taken the life of a creature. No matter how long I do this, I hope I never lose that feeling, because at the point in which you can kill without some sort of remorse is the point in which you become a murderer and are capable of atrocities only, like you said, the Nazis, the
Bolsheviks,
the CCP.
Yeah, the CCP,
those are
the slaveholders in the South. You know what I'm saying? Like they all they were all operating under the same consciousness, which is a very low level of consciousness. If you're not conscious enough to actually grant something its sentience, you're not operating under full consciousness. And by the way, it's never supposed to be pleasurable to dispatch an animal. And by the way, and the reason why you're supposed to pray over your food, what you're praying for is you are praying for the soul of that animal, because that animal was sacrificed for the sustenance of your body. It's thanking God for providing that animal. It's praying for that animal's soul, and it's praying for peace and safe passage of the soul of that animal to move on to the next level. And it's giving thanks. And it's showing gratitude and respect to the animal that was sacrificed.
Okay.
That's why you pray over your food.
Well, Kat, I would like to thank you for reaffirming my humanity.
I know, right?
You are one of the most human people I've met, with all these cats and all the people in the chat. So, but you want to know something? I have had the pleasure of rubbing elbows and looking into the eyes of a lot of human beings. I've had an amazing life, you guys.
No, it's not over yet.
No, it ain't. And I'm lucky.
It's only just begun.
I am one blessed cat. I got 9 lives. I'm telling you.
Dude, this shit's only started. Man, we got a lot of shit to do.
Oh shit,
man.
yeah, we do.
Oh my God.
Well, if nothing else, I know I got at least 18 more, so I can start paying for Frank's college.
So you can pay for what?
I said I know I got at least 18 more years on this earth, so I can start paying for Frank's college.
No, no, put him through trade school, dude. It's a much better program.
Political science, why not?
Yeah, right.
That's crazy.
God damn, Roger, I can slap you. You better not do that to my nephew.
We do all the trade schooling at home.
No doubt. He'll grow up to be a prepper.
Absolutely.
That's like my kids.
Hell yeah.
It's never hurts to be prepared.
My kids,
No.
they used to they're like, Dad, why are you always buying more food and ammo every week? And I'm like, I want us to be ready. And then all this hits, and they're like, and holy crap, Dad was right. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of self-gratitude, It's like, man, I started this like 2 years ago. I started prepping, and I went pretty hard on both ends. I mean, I got food, water, everything, self-defense, everything. plans. I've got plans. I'm not an idiot. And now it's coming to pass that my kids are like, wow, he really knew what he was doing.
Can I
And,
ask? Can I ask everybody in this chat a question, and everybody in the live chat as well? How many of you ran out and bought 10 packs of toilet paper 2 weeks ago? How many of you guys ran out and did that?
I did shit not 2 weeks ago. I was out at the end of December, early January getting it, man.
I
That's
was
when
out.
I was getting my shit.
I was out in February. I did not buy 10 cases of toilet paper. I did stock up on provisions. I definitely have enough toilet paper. I'm fine. But one of the main things that I stocked up on were anything that was canned, like a lot of canned foods, things that are going to take time to be perishable, boxes of like macaroni and cheese, your peanut butter, high calorie, low density, high calorie foods, oatmeal, again.
Yep.
There's a lot of volume. You can add peanut butter in that to make a very nutritious, caloric meal. I bought a lot of rice and a lot of things that are going to keep for a long time, and also frozen meats. I've got frozen meat. I got frozen vegetables and things like that I can keep for quite a long time. I went and I dropped a few $100s before any of this popped off. My husband was like, "What are you doing?" I was like,
ready.
Yeah. I'm like,
we're getting ready.
He did kind of mock me a little bit and laugh at me, and I'm like, honey, you're going to thank me. And by the way, he has thanked me.
Awesome.
Well, I
Oh,
guess
man.
that would answer my question.
Yeah.
Who thinks we're all crazy now?
No one. Well, I think people probably would have thought of if I would have admitted it to them. I didn't tell anybody else, but there were. I did warn a few people that it was coming down the pipe, and they were like, "You're such a killjoy. You're such a You know what? This is kind of why I don't like. You're such a killjoy, and obviously now the stores are bare. And
you were trying to save our ass.
Yeah, I was trying to warn him because I loved him. And hey, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't force it to drink.
You know what? My sister wanted a gun, so you know what we did? We got her a gun.
Yeah, why not, right?
So
there's
still
stuff that you can get, right? It's never too late. You can still get stuff.
Mayhem,
I mean,
here, I'll tell you what, Mayhem. I'll drop you a link if you want to pop in here.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Like virgin olive oil.
Well, you know what? We've all been preparing, which is a good thing. It's absolutely a great thing because, I barely started 2 years ago. Some people I know started 15 years ago. Some people started longer than that. But at this point, I think it's all going to boil down to how tough are you and how prepared are you.
I think that's you.
Yep.
Right?
Well, I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees.
Amen.
Fuck yeah. Amen.
I'll hold you up, Cheshire.
Hey, hold on now. None of us are dying.
Well, I'm a lightweight. You'll be able to hold me up. So I'm not a physically imposing person.
Dude, I can see us here in the next 2 months, and we'll be back, and this virus will be dying down, and we'll be like, man, we all made it through the other side. But look at all the goddamn unconstitutional acts that they passed. Oh my God, did you see what they put in this new legislation? Oh my God.
I absolutely saw it, and I'll make my same speech I always make. We're gonna get what they give us. as long as they're giving those seats to the people they're supporting. You know, like I said, I watch C-SPAN probably at least 10 hours a day. And even if I'm not watching it, it's on in the background. And you know what? There's patriots in the House of Representatives.
Yeah,
They're just
I
being
believe that,
outnumbered.
Mhm.
They're just being outnumbered. That's
Really
what it comes down to. Until we send our representatives there, we're going to be getting what their representatives tell us we deserve.
Mhm.
Maybe we need to become the president.
Well,
The
I'll tell
government
you
is
what.
supposed to be we the people.
I'll tell you
Yeah,
what.
I mean, you know what, Greg? If you ran for office tomorrow, I'd vote you in. I'm just saying.
Thank you, my friend.
Because I know
appreciate
you well enough. I trust you enough that I know you would do what was best for the people.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dangerous Freedom. We know what the easiest way to have our voices heard is. Have our voices heard are, and unfortunately, we lack the courage of our convictions in most instances.
Hmm.
You know, there's definitely contributors that I can speak to their contributions personally, but as a community, I think we lack the cohesion that is needed to fill those seats in our capital. I think you know, we've kind of fallen into this. We have to prep for ourselves. We have to make sure our family's safe. We have to make sure that we have enough money to pay our bills and everything else. And I often think back to our forefathers that left their farms, left their families, and didn't know where their next meal was coming from or whether their family would be alive tomorrow.
Some of
And
them pros, yeah.
I don't know that we, the people at this point, have that same killer instinct to pack up, head to where we need to head to,
Mhm.
and let the chips fall where they may.
Wow, absolutely on par. I mean,
Yeah. I think Roger's
I'm
right.
not even gonna venture where I would lie on that, but I have a feeling that yeah, I would probably be marching into peril. I just on that mentality. It's like my life means so much, but my children's lives mean so much more to me that I would take that step. I mean, I would go that extra step to procure their freedom for what's coming. You know, and right now I try and instill it in them. You know, it's like you got a rifle, you keep that thing loaded, you keep it ready to go. I mean, he's already a better shot than I am.
You finally admitted it.
Yeah. My son is a better. Actually, yeah, my oldest son is a better shot. My youngest son, he's got a little bit of work to do, but you know, it's like I would be willing to put my life on the line for that. I would absolutely.
All right. Well, now we got 3, 4 on the screen that are willing to do that. We only need another 3.5994 million people.
I think they're out there. I honestly, I believe they're out there. They're keeping themselves quiet at this moment, but dude, when the Patriot movement stands up, I don't think the government even stands a chance. Once we actually stand united, as we're all discussing, and most of us, Greg, Cheshire, as we're all in same discord, we are ready to stand on our morals, on our constitutional rights. We're ready to do that.
All right, Ron, then I guess the only question to answer now is where do we meet up at?
Wherever is most convenient.
Sounds like DC. Sounds
you know
like
what?
DC.
Right now, at this point,
Right
we
now
are
it's
scattered.
StreamYards.
Well, we're scattered across the globe. But you know what? We've got patriots even in Thailand. I mean, there's
You want to know
patriots.
something, guys? Us freedom lovers, we are a global tribe.
Yep.
We are in every nation. We are every ethnicity. We are every religion. We are every creed. We are both male and we are both female. We are everywhere. We are legion all over the world. And as a matter of fact, you can get you've got the people that gave us what was going on with the coronavirus were good people of conscience, good Chinese people of conscience who warned the world what was coming. There are good people of conscience everywhere. The people of Italy, there were good people of conscience. The people of Iran, there were good people of conscience that have slipped out what's going on. This is how we knew it was coming. Those of us of good conscience who are human beings and patriots, we're everywhere. Now, what we are against is the group that believes in authoritarianism, that believes in dependence, almost like a master-slave relationship. We don't want to be that. We don't want to be taken care of by the government. We don't want to rule anyone. We just want to be free.
Yep.
We want to be with each other. We want to
Right.
be with our families. We want to raise our families in peace.
Leave me the
And
hell
Cheshire, you know
alone.
what? You know what the key phrase is, guys? The key phrase is that you are not anti-government. You are anti-corruption in any form, be it in the government, be it in the
Anti-authoritarianism.
police department.
Absolutely.
Anti-corruption. We're done with your corrupt shit, and to whoever that applies to. But we're not anti anybody. We're not anti-government or anti-police or
No,
anti
no.
health. No, we're anti-corruption. And
We
if
still
you're in
believe-
America, the Constitution is the law of the land, and that's just very simple. It's the law of the land, and any other law written against the Constitution is not a law at all, and shall not be obeyed.
Mhm.
So that's just it. That's just the fact. So you have to enforce those rules only, right? Because the
Yep.
Constitution restrains the government; it doesn't restrain you, right? The Bill of Rights tell you what's granted to you from God, not what the paper gives you, right?
Mhm.
So all
Yep.
those things you're entitled to, and that includes, a just trial. You can't just be shot like a dog. You have to go through the judicial process, and the military will give you that. They have a judicial process too, but in a time of war, they don't have to adhere to it. That's kind of like things like the Nuremberg trials and things like that. But for us, all we need to do is stay alive.
Orders, right?
We just need to stay alive, dude. It's gonna be a war of attrition. Eventually, their people will defect, and there will be nobody to enforce their stupid rules, right?
Yeah.
And then once that happens, right, then it's going to be, you're going to have different entities within states and within cities that try to impose some kind of a law over you because they have firepower X, Y, or Z, right? Could be gangs. You might have like Crips or Bloods, or you might have fucking, Hell's Angels or different things, man. It might even be the police. The police might abandon the police department and form their own quote unquote new police department, which is really
the thin blue line.
I mean, shit like that is going to happen. I mean, right? That's if we have total structural breakdown, because no way can the U.S. government. The government cannot. The government does not have enough troops to put them in every city and state in America. They have to be super selective, right?
Well,
they just don't have the ass to do it.
And the reason why they're trying to remove God out of our country is because these people imposing this on us, they want to be God.
Yep.
They see themselves as God. They see themselves as our God. They are not our God. I will never worship these people. These people do not rule me, and I do not worship them. It will never happen.
Hell no. But you know what? We guys, we are so far away from an environment like that, but we are so close to an environment like that.
Dude.
You know what I mean? We are like on the precipice of of a whole bunch of shit. None of us has any idea what it's going to be from day to day anymore.
No,
And that makes it
we don't.
exciting. Your life might have been
It
dull
does.
before, baby, but it ain't going to
Man,
be dull
I'll tell you
anymore.
what, man, it makes me more excited to. Woo! Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Fuck.
If things are going to get hard, it's a pleasure to be in it with all of you.
Yeah, right on, Cheshire Cat.
Same with you.
Hey,
Yeah, you see that big old doggy back there?
Yeah,
I am-
you got a puppy dog.
Dude,
I am
that's a big freaking dog too.
Roger,
man. He's
what-
like 85 pounds.
I'm
What's
sorry to break in here. I am being summoned by the youngest master of the house.
Uh-oh.
So I've had a pleasure experiencing everyone's opinions. I appreciate everybody's time tonight, and I hope everyone stays safe. And I hope I get to chat with everybody here again soon.
I think so, Roger. It
Right
was
on.
it was a pleasure to be on this stream with you. I think it's the first time we've actually interacted on a stream together, and it's been a pleasure. And so you have a fabulous night and stay safe. And until next time.
Until then, thank you very much, and everybody in the chat, thanks for stopping by and listening to all of us babble.
Yeah, right on.
It's been
Good
a
night,
pleasure.
everybody.
Good night,
All
bro.
right.
Good night,
Good night,
brother.
brother.
See you soon.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Ah, man, good people. You know, that's
Good
one of
times.
the most beautiful things about what's happened since I've been here is I met such great people like you and Cheshire and
Oh, shucks.
yeah, I mean, just so many people.
Yeah.
You had Jim. Oh man, you know, I just met so many people that are such good friends.
Hey, would you want to know? It's really crazy. Would we have ever even met each other if it hadn't been for any of this?
True.
Probably
I
not.
know, right?
We're all
No.
scattered. We're all
No.
scattered all over the country.
Yep.
I don't think I ever would have met Watchful
Right.
Warrior. I don't think I ever would have met you. I would have never have met
No.
Jim. Although DM the mod, I never would have met the people in the chat. Ashley, Iron Crane, all the people that are up in here tonight. So Tinfoil Hat, Eric, like I don't think we ever would have probably even known each other. The other existed, but this brought us together. Don't you think that there's a plan?
Yeah. Yeah, I had one Genesis friend. Have you guys traced? Do you guys know who your Genesis friend is?
Genesis friend.
Yes. It's that one person who introduced you to something, and from that, your friends network grew. It's that one person who introduced you to maybe a chat room or something. I've traced mine. I know who my Genesis friend is. So I know how I got here, and I know why and how I know the people that I know. Right? There's reasons for all of these things. They're just not revealed yet. You know, it's slowly becoming clearer.
My Genesis, you know what? I think the person who really put me into contact with everybody would have been DM the mod.
Yeah, Donna. Oh
Yeah.
man, I love Donna.
It was DM the mod. She invited me on the DMB report and with Ashley, and it was DM that introduced me to to Ashley and
Yeah, I thought.
History and Effie and all of those fine ladies.
Yeah,
But it was I think they were guests on Watchful Warrior. After
It might have been.
because you were doing a show, but then you ended up injured.
yeah,
And then
Yes.
and then I think I met you through Manny and through
Yep.
through Jim.
American Warhorse.
Yeah. So
Yes.
it was through Jim and through Manny that I ended up meeting you, and then we did a show together with Ashley, and I think it was just the
Yeah.
three of us, and then you and I spawned
was.
off, and then
Yeah.
now we're all kind of in orbit, and it's been a really interesting journey.
We've met so many beautiful people in this journey.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hell
you
yeah.
know, Donna and Ashley and Jim, and I mean, honestly, you know, and here we are looking at the chat. We've got Eric, we've got Lone Star, we got Tinfoil Hat, I mean, these people wouldn't be here if they weren't patriots as well.
Right.
I mean, Lone Star Prep. I mean, I have not met him face to face, but I would put my money that when it comes time to stand and fight, he's going to be the one spitting tobacco and shooting.
Well, you know what? Honestly, it doesn't have to be a very painful process to dissolve this version of the federal government and reformulate a new version of the federal government with a few changes, you know, with regard to like your service link. Like there, in other words, you can serve 2 years only, right? And you get paid a very, you know, I mean, we need changes, you know, that we
250 grand.
You know, because the way how this monster has grown, you can contribute to a few things. Well, yeah, it's these lifelong people in government who's then turned it into a piggy bank and formed these new world orders, and it goes back far. But you know, it actually predates our Constitution and our smartest guys, right? Yeah. We're talking going back to like the Illuminati and to like I'm talking about the League of like it goes back further even to the Masonic orders and stuff, you know, like the Scottish Rite. And it goes back to like the Rose and Cross Society, the Rose and Crucia Society, right? So there's all of these arcane temples of knowledge that existed way before the Constitution, right? Like the Rothschilds, they existed way before America, right? These people. And these people have come up with systems and methods to take control of everything, every single thing that there is. And you have to know who your enemy is, right? Like, still, we're never going to get to who are those people at the Bilderberg meetings, always talking about shit. You know, what did they really do at the Bohemian Grove? You know, why are the Skull and Bones Society secret, and why do we have presidents that were Skull and Bones members, right? You know, we have to get these questions answered, right? Why was JFK assassinated, and what happened? What was the after effect of that? What really happened? Because it was a coup d'etat, right? And we all know it's a coup d'etat, but we're crazy fucking people because we think it's a coup d'etat, but we know it's a coup d'etat. We know this for a fact, right? But there's so much shit that we know, but no one wants to act on it because everybody's afraid, you know. But the real death of America came a long time ago, right? I mean,
yeah, I would say 1913.
Yeah,
some people would say then, some people would say in 1871.
1850 when Abraham Lincoln put out the first national
didn't Lincoln try to get us didn't he try to get us off of like the I think he tried to get us like back on the gold standard. He tried to get us issuing our own currency, and that was one of the reasons he was shot.
He did. But Lincoln formed. He had what was called the greenback. You guys might have heard the term greenback, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was the currency that Lincoln was trying. Lincoln was trying to introduce a constitutionally authorized form of money, right? The Constitution only authorizes the Department of the Treasury to make our money, right? They control the currency, not this fake entity called the Federal Reserve Bank. That's a fraudulent entity. Has nothing to do with our government.
It's Federal Express.
Bankers.
It is.
Exactly. But he tried to return to a standard of what was called greenback, right? And he was actually killed, but we all know that Booth killed him. But we also understand that the British put up Booth up to do it. Like there were some British sympathizers.
Now correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Greg. Now Booth did not kill Lincoln because he ended slavery or whatever. He shot him because he signed in martial law.
Well, that's very true. I mean, the truth of it is, and what people find it hard to believe, is that the Emancipation Proclamation, yes, that could have been introduced early on in the Civil War, but it wasn't. Right.
Yeah.
And Hitler, in his own words, he said, you know, he would forget all about slavery this is, I'm saying Lincoln saying this, right? He
Yep.
would forget about this whole notion of slavery if he could just get the country to come back together again. So he was getting ready to throw the whole notion of slavery under the bus. I mean, completely the fuck under the bus, right?
Absolutely.
The only time the notion of slavery came about is once the South actually lost their first major battle, which was Gettysburg, right? Up until that point, the South had won all of the fights, and they had actually pushed the Yanks all the way back to Pennsylvania, right, to Gettysburg, which is right there at the cusp of where, Washington, D.C. is, right? They had already taken all of those properties and lands, right? And it was a big gamble because the South did not have the resources that the North had, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it goes on and on. But the South basically pushed them all the way back that far. And what had happened was there was a big thing that happened that nobody talks about today, but it was one of the single points of problem that happened at Gettysburg. And that was every immigrant that was coming to America, especially Irishmen that were a big coming over at that period of time, every single one of them was put into a uniform and told that you will fight for the Northern Army. The Yankees is what I call them, but it's the Union Army, right? And they forced them to fight in the Army or they would not get citizenship. So you went right from New York right into the Army, right? That's exactly how it happened. I'll say the South didn't have anything like that, right? It was through Ellis Island all this shit was going on, right? That's where the keyhole of where they wanted all the immigrants to go, right? It was through there. So that was a huge thing. So they got troops replenished very easily up there in Gettysburg, right? They got them replenished pretty easily, but the South couldn't. So after they faced that battle, because see, the South was actually constitutional in declaring an exodus from the country. You know what I mean? They were. It says in the Constitution that you're allowed to secede from the Union.
Yeah,
that's part of the Constitution. If you've ever read it, and it tells you quite clearly that they were well within their boundaries to do it. Now, if you have an entire group of states that say, "Hey, what this federal government is doing is fucked up, and we're stepping away from this shit until we can be heard," there's nothing wrong with that at all. You know what I mean? That's very constitutional and very Christian to do, right? Is to step back and say, "Hey, wait a minute, man. What you're proposing is not what we want or what we all are doing." And slavery was not even the issue. It was actually economics and industry is what the issue was. Because the South for a long time, they were this place was just really considered a place where you can go and get natural resources at. This is where, you'd get your cotton at and your tobacco and all your food and stuff and your game and stuff. But up north was where the industry was. Those were where your textile industry was.
Nobody wanted
they had
to
a
ship
huge
through the north because the South had a much better trade route. We had much better textiles down south, and the north was jealous of us.
That's true, but see, they had bulk up there, though. See, and we were getting in a fight with the north about, hey, listen, we're not going to continue to the economically. We were saying we're not giving you our raw materials anymore at your cut rate prices because we can make them here, which are better quality. And they didn't like that. They were basically getting cut the fuck out of the loop, right? Because they were, dude, let me tell you something. The differences between the North and the South go way back further before the War of Northern Aggression. They go way back. They go actually way back to the formation of the country. But because the people that landed at Jamestown are not the same kind of people that landed in, at Plymouth Rock, right? You had two totally different groupings of people landing for totally different purposes, right? And from that point on, it's just been a no-go situation because they're just so different from each other. One group believes that you can only, like, here's an example. If you were a Puritan, right, up there in, let's say, Connecticut, up there, right, and you didn't adhere to the religion exactly. If you were drunk, let's say you had a little bit too much to drink one night, and if they said that you were a town drunkard, they'd put your ass in the stockade in the middle of public square, and everybody could like throw rotten food at you, and you would basically be the dickhead of the day. That was their version. Like if you didn't adhere, you've never heard of stockades, right, in the public town? Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
dude. That's well-known history. dude. Yeah, and
Yeah,
if you were a drunkard, you would go in the
stockades were
stockade.
like it was like this big
Fuck
wood
yeah.
thing where they would lock your wrists and your head, and you'd literally have to stand there with your head and your wrists
Oh my-
locked into this
Fuck
wood.
yeah, dude.
I would hope that you or Cheshire would come and break the locks and let me out.
Well, no one
Let me-
did, dude.
At least
No
let
one
me
did.
defend
You were just-
myself.
You were
Not- yeah.
just condemned like that shit. And
You
you know
know-
who was doing a lot of the condemning was preachers, man. It wasn't even the fucking the town marshal or anything like that. It was actually the preachers who were doing the condemning. So you know, they would get the constable to go lock you up. If the preacher thought you were a drunkard, dude, you were going to the stockade. It didn't make a damn bit of difference. Anything else, that's where the big thing with the separation of church and state becomes from. There's a lot of it to do that. Do you know how I know this? Because
what also has to do with the separation of church and state is that there were really, really very strict Puritan groups that had majorities in whole areas. And what they did
Right.
is they declared that you had to be a member of the church in order to be able to vote. So that was where the separation of church and state came in, and it was because there were really, you know, and by the way, you know, Christianity is split into a bunch of, you know, you had the Puritans, you had Lutherans, you had, you know, your regular, the Quakers, the Protestants, and all these people that were amalgamating together, and you had certain religious sects that were trying to take power over all of the rest and deny other religious sects the right to vote. So that was where the separation of church and state came into play.
hey, there's Rooster. What's going on, Rooster?
Oh, Rooster.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, we got Rooster Cogburn in here.
Back in the book 1 second after.
See, I know Rooster from
I've
Shit.
seen Rooster around
They
too.
brought that back in the book 1
from
second
High
after.
Desert Pioneers site. High Desert Prepper.
Hey, Watchful Warrior, what do you think was worse? Do you think being thrown in the stockade was worse, or do you think being tarred and feathered was worse?
Oh,
Tarred and feathered, dude. And it wasn't that a way to punish motherfuckers for being, you know, stupid, dude. Tar and feather, dude. That's awesome. That was the punishment of the day.
Well, tarred. Well,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Well, that was what happened to. That was what patriots would do to loyalists, is they would tar and feather them.
Rooster,
It's
oh,
basically,
Oh, yeah.
basically what that
Probably
involved
what
is that
we're doing
involved dumping boiling hot tar over your body and then throwing feathers on you. So you
Yep.
ended up
Oh,
suffering
oh,
from
oh.
like 3rd-degree burns all over your body from being tarred
Okay,
and
all
feathered.
right, all right. I
Yep.
thought you were just dumping like warm tar. No,
No,
you're talking like
No.
third
hot.
degree
It
burn
was
tar.
hot tar. Yeah,
Dude,
it was
this
hot
shit was
tar.
hot tar.
Well, tar has quite a high melting point. It's pretty boiling hot by the time it's
Oh,
liquid enough to
dude,
dump
I've
on
been
someone.
around some hot tar. Yeah. Okay.
So,
Fuck
Yeah. Better than
Yeah, and that's
200
what you
degrees.
used to get.
All right.
That
let's
was
burn
in
'em
the
and
George,
then
that was
stick
the
feathers
George
in 'em.
Washington period.
I'm good with that.
You know what I mean?
You know what?
That was
If
the
you don't
George
do the
Washington
job that
period.
we expect you to do, then you deserve that kind of punishment. I'll be
Well,
honest.
as you
with
go back in history, further and further, things get more and more and more hideous, right? But still, in the United States, at that point, you had tar and feathering, and then in the 1600s leading up, that's when, if you were declared a witch, they would throw a bunch of stones,
Yeah.
like a stone belt, and toss your ass in the water. And if
I mean,
and if you floated,
Cheshire,
right, you were the
God.
devil. But if you sank, you were okay. If you sank and died, well, then you were
Probably.
okay. But
what was that?
Yeah,
yeah.
you know what? Thank God you weren't around in the 1600s, huh?
Honestly, well, here's the two things that would have gotten me is, yeah, I'm a very outspoken woman, so I would have been killed as a witch. But also, if I were living in Europe at the time, I have red hair, and so they took redheaded women and would burn them at the stake. They burned us by the tens of thousands in Europe as witches, because they blamed us for breakouts of
You
like
know why?
bubonic plague and
Yeah,
pestilence.
Eric.
They did. They
Dude.
blamed redheaded.
God, no, I
they
love
blamed-
red. I mean,
they blamed
granted, you
redheaded
have no
women.
soul, but
They
Well.
blamed redheaded women for breakouts of pestilence and plague, and they burned us by the tens of thousands in Europe. So, you know, I had
Yeah.
two things working against
that's
me.
not the
and
real reason, though.
Yeah.
I know the real reason.
the real reason why they burned redheaded people, redheaded
Yep.
women especially.
Eric, yeah,
I'll tell you why. Here's why.
she's
Because
not
gingers
soulless.
are
I
gingers are
guarantee you,
so
that's one thing.
hot. They used to cause the breakup of families and shit, right? Because gingers are so hot, man. Married men used to just flock to them like by the grove.
I don't
So
know.
the brunettes and the blondes got together and say, "Look at here,
What-
we've got to
Yeah.
end this shit with these redheads because we're losing all of our husbands to them, right?" So that's what actually happened.
I mean,
It
I'm
was the
not
brunettes
married.
and the redheads.
Yeah,
You
girlfriend.
know,
Redheads. Redhead.
that's why they got
Yeah,
you.
trust
I
me,
got that
I've been
going up.
confronted by blondes
Oh,
and
I got
brunettes about that
redhead.
crap, and I've had to basically straight up say to them, I don't want your fucking man.
Eric,
That's right. Your man ain't worth shit. Anyway,
So, but no, there were those dynamics, and yes, I probably would have been burned or executed at the stake, or hung, or drowned as a witch back in those days for
Yep.
literally being what I am and who I am.
Yep.
In my
1620s
specific,
to like the 1670s.
Sex and being outspoken, or
But
a
you
woman
know
that
what?
reads, or
You know what sex you are. You're not trying to be like, oh, well, I might be a guy.
no.
I mean, I hate that when these people come out and be like, I don't know what gender I am. It's like,
That's
can you reach
stupid.
between your legs?
Well, I kind of
It's
wonder.
pretty easy to figure out.
I kind of wonder what that crap is about anyway. And sometimes I almost wonder if it's people really trying to buck what I would call gender stereotypes. You know what I mean?
You think? You think
Yeah.
they're doing that shit?
Yeah, I
You
think
feel that? You feel that on you? As a
I
ginger?
have
You feel anti-ginger
yes, I
shit?
no, not anti-ginger. Although I've had people actually walk straight up to me and tell me that they heard that I don't have a soul, and how people like me are going extinct and all kinds of stupid shit. But I just kind
No
of,
shit.
oh yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah. People are really.
Well, then you'd probably really get upset with me if I did the old Crocodile Dundee approach and just came up and grabbed you by your crotch. Figured it out on my own.
Well, touching's assault, so I don't appreciate being assaulted. Of course, I'm like any other human being. I don't appreciate
Right.
being touched if I don't want to be touched.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, you know. Back in the day, a samurai warrior, you couldn't even get within 6 foot of him, because if you even approached, you would have a throwing star stuck dead fucking right in the middle of your head before you could even take that 5th step close. Right, you'd be dead right on the spot. Yeah, man, you cannot be letting motherfuckers get up in your shit.
No.
I mean, some people tell you arm's length distance. Arm's length is not
Yeah.
good enough, dude.
Well, what
You
that
gotta
is,
be
well, what it
many
is,
feet away.
it's a violation of boundaries.
Well,
And-
yeah.
And one thing, and I think that a lot of the feminists and stuff out there, because I'm trying to kind of figure out how to, because it's turning into a series of zero-sum games, but there's got to be a middle ground. And I'm under the belief that men definitely have some major I'm going to say grievances that are valid and legitimate. And women also have some major grievances that are valid and legitimate. So there needs to be kind of a middle ground. And so I'm trying to kind of figure out where I'm, trying to understand, to bring some kind of middle ground or some kind of de-radicalization of both ends. And I'm wondering if that the transgender movement, men identifying as women or women identifying as men, is really a psychological bucking of what you would say gender stereotypes are. Because I don't behave like a typical woman.
No, honestly, I'll be honest. You remind me more of my sister than anything else. I mean, I know she's a woman, but man, she'll stand up for her own self.
Right, but I'm pretty sure your sister's probably had people say to her, well, that's not very ladylike, or you come off too strong, or something like that, when that's just her personality.
My own mom, she's pushing 80 years old, and I keep telling my kids, look, you can't go around grandma and grandpa right now, because they don't care about this whole virus thing. Okay, they just really don't care. They're like, we're young enough, it ain't gonna kill us. And I'm like, okay, it might not kill you, but if you get it and you transmit it to somebody else, like say grandma, it might kill her, or my sister. And they're like, "Oh yeah, I never thought of that." I'm like,
Right.
"Yeah, that's why I'm here. I am your father. And I'm telling you, you don't do this." Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, if you or Greg were ever to bust out crying in pain or something, do you like being told that you're a girl because you're hurting, or because you're actually showing that you're hurting?
No, because Greg would never do that unless it was just me and him.
Dude.
I mean, we would never
You
do
want-
it
hey,
live
hey.
like this. Like, oh my God,
yeah.
Greg! Oh my God, I don't know.
So getting
what
on
I'm doing.
topic, I'm
Oh
thinking
my
that
God, will you
that is
help
where
me?
that's where I'm thinking that
right.
that the
No.
transgender stuff really at its core is bucking of stereotypes.
See,
It's
that's
a
funny.
weird it's a
You know
weird
what?
bucking of
If you
stereotype,
want,
but it's
I
bucking of
would kind of
stereotype.
agree with
my
that.
wife is like right over there, right over
Hey,
there.
Mom. Hey.
And she saw me take a header off the stairs where my back got snapped and I shattered my elbow into 1,000 pieces.
Whoa!
She
Yeah,
can. You can ask her if I
I
cried.
know the story. I
You
remember.
can ask her if I
feel
cried.
like I was there.
Ask her if I cried. I ain't gonna
No, you
cry.
didn't.
Fuck that. Fuck
But
no.
damn it, you were like, "Oh, get the ambulance."
Yeah, that's exactly what I was like.
But
Call that
but I
911, dude.
think
I ain't getting up.
And cry a tear.
I think that the
Get the
transgender
fucking
movement
ambulance.
in and of itself is very indicative of just how wide the chasm is between men and women in masculinity and masculinity and femininity. There's such a chasm there. And yeah, there's a chasm there.
Well, yeah, but that chasm needs to be there. I mean, I think it's more of God's will. You know, women aren't as strong as men. I mean,
Well, no,
I'm not even like a huge man, but I know I'm stronger. Hell, I'm stronger than the kids I work around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, and it's
men and women. This doesn't negate the fact that men and women are different. I mean, I'm not under the belief that men and women are any way, shape, or form equal. We're not.
no,
We're
God, you can
different.
have babies.
We are different, but complementary.
That's a good way of putting it.
Men and women are
That's a nice
different,
way.
but we are complementary. That does not. We're not equal. We are equal under the law. But we are not. We are not equal under nature. We are different but complementary. We have different strengths and different weaknesses. There are things that men can do that women can't, and things that women can do that men can't.
Yep.
But
I totally agree with that. There are a lot of things that women can do that I can't, and
but it doesn't make men less than women. It doesn't make women less than men.
And you know what the sad part of it is that actually used to be kind of common knowledge up until recently. I mean, that was kind of a given. People had figured that shit out a long, long time ago, and it was really never even up for discussion. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't know how it all came to be, how it all happened the way it did, but it's a mess, dude. It's a mess.
So, what I'm hoping is that there's going to be some kind of that all of this really crazy stuff going on is going to actually eventually strengthen the relationships between men and women rather than the. But I think that the transgender thing is going to dissipate once men and women start becoming more comfortable with themselves, what they are and who they are, and also where that interdependent relationship between men and women becomes actually absolutely restored. So, but if you guys really want to get to the evolutionary standpoint of it, a lot of these people who are transgender are going to be non-starters. They're not going to pass their shit on to other kids. That's why they got to teach transgender story hour in the libraries. It's because they got to indoctrinate because they can't procreate. So that's what I'm saying.
Well, you know what?
It's gonna write itself out.
Differently.
I'm sorry?
I said I teach my kids differently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was watching a friend of mine. I watch a lot of gun channels, and he was talking about, oh, you know, when you got younger kids, you got to lock them up, and keep them undercover. And I was like, well, I didn't train my kids that way. My kids, as soon as they were old enough to hold a gun, I taught them how to shoot a gun. So, like, I don't hide guns. I mean, I stash guns around my house, but my kids know where they are because I mean, if things really go sideways, which God willing, they don't. But the way that things are going, my kids, they know exactly where all the guns are. They know how to reload them. They know where the ammo is. They know where the food is. They know. I teach my kids everything I know, and I hope that they go beyond that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I don't see things getting better anytime soon. Unfortunately, Greg, what do you see? What do you see?
I was just trying to read chat. Tinfoil Hat asks, basically, do any of us think that there's going to be a baby boom in like 9 months after this shutdown? I would say yes, for sure. I would agree with that. That's if that's assuming that things don't get worse, but there is actually a horizon on the near a horizon to all this stuff. Because if this shit continues on, by our 9th month, you're gonna wish you weren't having kids, because in 9 months you're gonna see some shit like we ain't never seen if it gets worse.
Well, what's going to happen?
Situation gets worse. Yikes.
So what's going to happen when our medications and stuff run out? They're already medically abandoning people that have your basic. I mean, women who need pap smears and who need to see a doctor in order to get birth controls aren't going to be able to get into your regular doctor, because I know for a fact that regular doctor's office are not accepting anything other than emergencies. They are not accepting anybody.
If
so
you get knocked
these
up,
women are not going to be able to get a hold of their hormonal birth control.
right? So pregnant chicks.
There might be a baby boom because there's going to be a lot of boom going on without any birth control.
Exactly.
I don't know about you,
And
but
there's
I ain't
not gonna be a lot
going
of
through this
healthcare.
whole thing without touching my husband. I'm sorry. So
Well, get educated on how to give birth at home, how to be a midwife. I mean, that's important, because healthcare is going to be scarce.
I would hate like hell to be pregnant during this time. I got to be honest.
Well, yeah,
Well,
that's going to suck.
I'll go to an example like Roger with his infant son. Right now,
Generation Corona.
he's got his infant son right now, and this is like a really damn difficult time.
I'll tell you what, I think it'll definitely return new mothers to breastfeeding rather than formula feeding.
Well, I'll tell you what, that kid is going to be tougher than nails.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm fortunate that my kids are tough as nails. They oh man, I don't know about those kids. Sometimes, it's like they just don't care, and it's like you got to care.
I'll tell you what, they'll when they start seeing the traumatic stuff coming down the pipe, they'll wake up. I don't think kids are smart. They're smarter than you think. It's just a matter of what ends up happening.
They are learning.
Well, yeah, there's so many industries that are coming out of this. Lone Star puts up about his wife's lady doctor sent her an email saying that they can do this online thing. Online thing is blowing up like crazy. So are a whole bunch of food delivery businesses.
Corona.
All that shit is going to be right at the forefront. They're going to be using drones like you ain't never believe. But Amazon has been pushing the drone shit for quite a while now. So you're going to see that kind of shit going on. There's a lot more industries that are getting ready to start off. Remember this, people. Every tragedy, there's always going to be people making money off. Every single one of them.
Excuse me.
No matter what, people are always going to make money off tragedy, and that's just the way of the world.
Man, I got my windows open. I think the dust and pollen is flowing through.
Oh, I know the feeling. I've had multiple sinus infections due to severe allergies, as it turns out. Although I told the audience in our last live stream that I was just allergic to bullshit.
Bless you. It's not anything like that. For me, it's just hit and miss. If the pollen blows through just right.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm allergic to. I'm gonna need to see an allergist.
Pollen. Yeah.
That's what my cough is from, by the way. It's straight up allergies, and that's like coronavirus.
Sure it is. Sure it is.
Actually, I'm thinking about actually starting a kind of documenting all this and calling it the Corona Diaries.
Hey,
That's
not a bad
that's
idea.
cool.
You know what? And you can always call me in as a advocate, or what do you call it? Adversary, or
And you're not my adversary. That would mean like an enemy or somebody who's against me.
oh
Yes.
Do you mean an advocate?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
An advocate. Yes. That's what you want to be. That right there, an advocate.
My black card.
An advocate is something more like a lawyer, though. Anybody who advocates for you basically supports that person.
Yeah, they defend you and support you.
Yeah. Yes. But they're not there to take a bullet for you.
No, you know what? My forefathers already did that.
So did mine.
Well, luckily they dodged a bullet, or they wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be here if they weren't here. So maybe they dodged a bullet. For you.
My family was through hell here, during the beginning.
Accessory.
My family's been here. Well, the paternal side of my family's been here since the country's inception.
Well, yeah.
They fought in the Revolutionary War, and by the way, they were French, and the English during the French and Indian War. The English came over to get control over what was going on in the colonies, and they started deporting the French to Quebec. So my family had a very ethnic French sounding name, so they changed their name to an English sounding one so they wouldn't be found out, because they were going to be deported by the British. So you can imagine what side they fought on during the Revolutionary War. So my family fought in the Revolutionary War.
Amen.
And then later on, they were farmers.
Civil War.
Yep. And later on, they were farmers. And what ended up happening is the rest of my family was massacred by Native Americans. And I am the progeny of one living male, because my whole entire bloodline was nearly wiped out by Native Americans attacking my family. They killed my whole entire family, save one male who I am descended from. My family had a really rough ride. And then the other side of my family, maternal side, my great grandfather was Jewish and fled around the time Hitler rose to power, and married an Irish Catholic, and that portion was lost, and so that side of the family was like Irish Catholic / Jewish. That's my lineage.
Right on. That's pretty good. It's good that you know it, and it's sad that more people don't know more about it than what they do. About their heritage, where they come from. That's a real travesty that people don't study more genealogy and
right.
learn the struggles of your actual family. You know what
Yes.
I mean? I think that enriches people's lives and gives you more purpose. Because I also believe all of these people are in you, and you don't know it. You know what I mean? There's certain reasons why you act the way you act, and you're predisposed to different things, is because they were different ones, had different issues. You know what I mean? But they're all rolled up into you, and now you have all of these people in you, and with all of their different things.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's why it's important to know about genealogy, because all of those people are actually in you.
And you know what? That's a great point, because my great-great-grandfather, he wrote a book about his travel from the east to the west, and documented the whole thing. It shows all of my family that served in the Civil War, and we fought for the North, but whatever. But it shows almost half of our lineage since we've been here. So I mean, it's a pretty decent historical read for me. I mean, it means a lot to me. You know, it's my family
Eric
background.
Eric says we all have the same color blood.
Amen
And how
to
true
that.
that is, my friend Eric. But
Guess
guess
what
what,
we all-
Eric?
Guess what else we all have?
Guess-
We all have the blood types A, B, or O. A, B, A,
That's
B,
right.
A, B, or O. Those are all of our blood types. Regardless of your race and regardless of your national origin, you'll have one of those blood types. And you'll
Right.
either have a positive antigen or a negative antigen.
Right. And
So-
not one war was
Amen,
ever
brother.
stopped because we all have the same blood. Not
Mhm.
one.
Yep.
Not one blood type. Blood never stopped any war, and it never will, dude. That's the sad thing. That's why Reagan mentioned how we need like an extraterrestrial force to threaten the planet globally for all of humanity to pull together. See, we've never been exposed to an extraterrestrial force that wanted to enslave us, right? But that would do it. You know what I mean? When that happened, then you might start getting people to think about, yeah, you know what? We're all, all humans, we're all red-blooded.
The guys
But-
screaming Allah Akbar going like, oh, crap.
Yeah,
We
that's
need
not going to be
gather
important
together.
anymore with aliens.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're
Lone
going to
Star,
get, so
Lone Star Prep said I'm majority Irish and Czech. When I met my wife, she asked why I was drinking so much. My answer is because I'm half Irish and Czech. Lone Star Preps, I'm majority Irish and Norman French. So, fighting Irish, my brother.
Space Force.
Space Force.
Space Force.
Man, we got some.
Dude, I would
great
join
people
Space
in
Force
here,
if I
man.
could.
I'll tell you
If I
what,
could
we
actually
got
have
some
that
really
choice.
great people in here.
If I was a kid growing up and they actually had Space Force, I would sign up for that shit. I would so sign
Yeah,
up.
I would sign up today.
I would, dude.
Dude, you know what? If
I
they
ain't
would
scared.
allow
I'll go
me
in
in,
space.
I wonder if they.
I ain't
Do
scared.
you think they would allow me in?
No, fuck you.
I'm too
They're not
short.
letting you in.
I'm probably too short, too old, too drunk. I don't know. They
Too
would
short,
come up with something.
Too short, too drunk, or both.
Dude, them aliens got like 8 arms and 8 legs, dude. We need America's finest. All right?
Hey, man, are you kidding me? You tell me I ain't one of the finest?
I didn't say a damn
We're too
word.
old.
Now I'm taking a little offense to that, man.
Wait.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. All these other people out here, they're buying up toilet paper by the fucking pound.
What do they have? Like 2 or 3 assholes that they need that much toilet paper?
Dude, and you know what? Look, and you know what? Here's the funny thing, right? Globally, we have something like 1.8 billion Muslims, right? Muslims don't even fucking use toilet paper. Not at all. Not a one
No,
of them.
they use
right?
their hands.
They don't use toilet paper. They use their hands. So how big of a fucking deal is the toilet paper thing really? You know what I mean?
When
Are y'all stupid,
you're
Gloucester?
sitting in the John and the toilet paper's gone, be a man. Use your hand.
Right?
Oh, man, that's a rough
Seriously.
one, dude. I
If you don't have a choice,
know if
you
I
do not
could
have a
use
choice.
my hand. No, in fact, I guarantee you I would. I mean, I would rub it against a cactus before before I would use my hand. Oh man, I don't care if it's a saguaro.
Tinfoil Hat says, "Oh, I bet you got a temper, Cheshire." Yes, I do. If you can't tell that by listening to me rant and rave on these live streams, then there's no hope for you.
Cheshire, I love you. So I understand you're going into hiding after this.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not quite going into hiding. I'm just going to be taking a little bit of a break because I have been chronically ill since November. Chronically ill. And I've been on multiple rounds of antibiotics, and I've been having some upper respiratory issues, and it's something that I just haven't been able to kick, and I've been very tired, but I've been trying to keep up working and stuff despite the fact that I've been sick, just because, I've got to make money and I can't get fired from my job. So I'm just going to be taking a break here for a few weeks and resting. And I didn't want to just kind of disappear from last week to this week. just because I felt like I kind of owed everybody an explanation as to where I was going to be for a little while. So it's just a little break. It's just a small hiatus for a few weeks. And I think Greg has mentioned that he's wanted to also go on hiatus for a while, but it's just so that I can get my health back up into order and figure out and kick whatever has been ailing me for the last nearly 4 or 5 months. So now with the pandemic, I feel just kind of like I need to take a step back and get some rest and make sure that my health is in order so that if I do get bowled over by coronavirus, that it's not fatal. So
That's good thinking. That is good thinking.
So I'll tell you what, I love being with you guys.
Well, we love having you.
Colloidal silver. You know, I've heard about that so many times. Are you supposed to like take that as a pill, or is that something you drink? What is that?
You take any of those bottles, or
Yeah.
come on, baby. Peachy, come on.
I don't know. I don't take any medications. I mean, I've got my vitamin C. Yeah, so I've got vitamin C. I get plenty of sun. I mean, I've still got a tan. So, I mean, other than that, I mean, I don't know what I'm missing.
At least you got a tan. I'm the whitest shade of pale.
I don't know. Your claws are sharp, though.
Oh, I'm just now getting my.
I just got a sharp tongue. I probably should have been the Cheshire Snake or something, the forked tongue. You know, I don't know. Sharp tongue. I don't know. I was just sharp claws, just because in the earlier times when I was on, I would go into different live streams and I would give people shit, especially a lot of leftists. I enjoyed going in and giving people shit.
And trashing them.
Oh,
hell yeah.
There were some of them that I just got them to rage quit. It was hilarious. I mean, there were some of them, and what was really amazing were so many of them, and they're like, yeah, feminism, woo, but then they're on there denigrating me because I'm a woman, and it was just
Yay.
Yeah. It was just
Yay,
kind of,
thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
So it turns out that some of these women and minority advocates are some of the most sexist and racist people you'll ever run into.
Hell yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, troll lives matter, Eric. Don't you forget it.
Have you seen that new movie, The Hunt?
No.
Okay, well, I'm sure you've heard about it.
Is it that one where they're hunting Trump supporters or something?
Deplorables.
Some stupid shit like that. Wait, or the Nazis or something. You know, I gotta be honest. Having being called a Nazi when it was my grandfathers that fought the Nazis and actually kicked the shit out of Hitler is really, really viscerally insulting.
Right.
You'd have to watch it.
Hey, I'll tell you guys.
Because in the long run, it actually had a totally different outcome than what you might think.
Okay.
Yeah, we won. We won.
The deplorable
in that movie. They played us off. We are the tougher group. I mean, we can take more abuse, and we still come out shining.
You know what movie I saw tonight, which was excellent. I can highly recommend it to anybody to see, which was 1917. It's a It's a story about World War I. It is. I highly recommend it to anyone. It's
Wait, where
great.
do you find this? Where do you find this magic, Greg?
What magic? This movie?
Yeah, 1917. Where do you find it?
Oh, I got mine at Redbox. I don't go to movie theaters. It's out at Redbox now.
I was hoping
So
to be
you can
on
go down to
Netflix.
the Redbox.
Damn right.
Yeah.
We are tougher.
So yeah, that's an awesome movie.
I think we are I think we're physically tougher, and I think we're psychologically tougher.
Absolutely.
Like a lot of these people that get bent out over shape over all of this petty stuff, these people probably have personality disorders and all kinds of stuff going on. They've got definitely mental disorders, and like when you see like a lot of these transgender people, I think borderline personality disorder is extremely common in these people. And one thing about people who have borderline personality disorder is number one, they do not have strong personalities, nor do they have strong identities. So these people can be molded every which way. So I think that borderline personality disorder is common. I think narcissistic personality disorder is quite common in these people. And that's why they're so thin-skinned and so touchy.
I know y'all want to know what I'm eating, don't you?
What are you eating?
I am eating discount egg rolls. Going out of business egg rolls.
God.
You know what that looks like?
Egg
You're
roll
going to
for
catch the
10 cents.
virus.
Egg roll.
Greg, that
Give me a
looks
10
like
cent egg roll.
We're eating Chinese.
Greg,
Damn it. You know
that
they
looks,
hate us.
that looks like a
The
dick.
Chinese hate us.
It's like all dark and
Hey.
then he's holding it up and it
Hey, man.
looks like a dick. I'm
I'm
sorry.
a prepper, dude. If I get
Yeah,
a deal on
you're a
egg rolls, I'm
prepper.
getting them, dude.
Egg
I'm
rolls.
getting them egg rolls.
Kiss my ass.
Getting them discount
You know
egg
what
rolls. I
my
don't give a damn.
you know what my preps are? Water and Spam. I got Spam, but my Spam was made in the USA.
Spam.
I'll be
just
eating my
not
Spam
that-
in about 16,
I'm
17
not that
months from
in.
now.
I'm not that into the Spam. Not.
You know
Right
what?
now, I'm
When
eating
you're
my
mixing it with
discount
rice
egg
every
rolls.
day, you'll get used to it pretty damn quick. I'm just saying.
These are actually, I'll be truthful, I'll tell you the truth. These are actually made in America egg rolls. No Chinese hands have touched the creation of this egg roll. It's made from pork right here in my own state of Georgia. Okay. Just
Well,
keeping it real.
hey, Greg, isn't it racist to call it a Chinese egg roll?
Well, that is racist, I guess. It's actually an American egg roll since it's made in America.
Yeah,
You're
well,
so
Yeah,
right.
but the egg roll was invented in China. It originated in China, so it's a Chinese egg roll, right? Or is that
Well, you know
racist?
what? I think that might be racist because look, just for us to assume that
Dude,
every
you know
egg
what?
roll is made in China, that's racist. That's just a racist thought right there, right?
I can't help
So we're actually preconditioned to be racist because that's what you call an egg roll. You call it a Chinese egg roll, or maybe you just call it egg roll. I don't know.
Yeah, racist.
Right?
Oh, damn.
This is a-
Tinks.
Y'all, you can debate it while I eat this
Whatever
delicious
it's
Chinese egg roll.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, we are kind of predisposition to we're kind of predisposition.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not. You know what? The truth of it is we're really not.
You mean
We're really not racist. You know what?
I'm not racist
People are too
at
sensitive
all.
these days.
I mean, if you're
People are
American,
too
I
sensitive.
love you. But if you're not, then what are you doing in my country? Other than that, we're good.
Man, I
Yeah,
got.
I do not care if someone is black, white, blonde, or blue. If you are of good character, I'm going to enjoy being around you. If you're a dickhead, I'm going to not enjoy being around you.
Or you might punch him in the face.
No, I'm not a
See, I love
violent
all
person.
people.
I
Oh,
will just-
come on.
I'll just I'll sabotage them in covert ways.
Don't give me that Cheshire cat.
Dude,
I
I'm
know you-
100. Dude, I'm 120 pounds. What
Oh
kind
my
of damage do you
God.
think I can do?
Oh my God. I've got to show you this movie. Oh my God. You'd be surprised what a 120-pound woman can do to a full-grown man when she's got her claws out.
Well, it just depends on the places that you hit.
Yeah.
Most popular places are the groin or the throat.
Yeah.
You can do a lot of damage by hitting them upside the nose.
See now,
Pressure
just
points.
listen to you. You already know where to hit. And that's why I love you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
You know what? I'm just glad to know you.
I'm glad
I'll
to
be
know you.
honest.
I'm glad to know both you guys. You know.
Thank you.
I mean, me and Greg, it was funny. The other day we were online and we were showing off our ARs to each other.
Show me yours, I'll show you mine.
Yeah, no, we're
That's
pretty
exactly what we
badass.
were doing.
We're both pretty badass.
I got this big gun, Greg. Oh well.
I know, right?
Well, guess what? Dangerous freedom. My gun's bigger than your gun.
Oh.
It was just like that too.
I bet.
Really? Okay.
That shit's funny. It was just like that. Oh, look at it. Oh, he's gonna go get it. Watch him.
What? Me? Oh shit! I don't have to go very far. Mine's right here.
My gun is big.
Oh, I don't have to go far at all, dude.
I know you
Since
don't.
this shit is
Yeah,
since
we
this shit has been
just
going
did
on.
this the other day. Yeah, Greg and I, man,
Yeah, we were just
our
talking about this shit.
heaters are. We keep our heaters close.
Shh.
Definitely.
Yeah, too close.
Good.
Yeah, I'm up at night, man. I'm up late. Usually I'm up till the dawn, right? Because nobody's getting a drop on me. Fucking, you're not going to catch me, catching Z's at night when my family is catching Z's. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'll watch you sleep. And then in the morning, you watch me and you keep an eye. You know what I mean? That's just, sadly, that's the way our world is. And people who just refuse to admit it, they're going to be the ones who get caught fucking catching 40 winks and they're going to get your head chopped off.
Yeah.
Sorry. Tell you, I'm just keeping it real.
You're keeping it, dude. When I was growing up, my dad used to take me on long trips. Like we're talking like 3 to 4 week trips. So we would have to take rotation. All of us did.
Right.
And so I know exactly what you're talking about, brother.
Yep.
It's all about rotation. You want to keep each other safe. Some people have to stay up while other people sleep. Me, I was the type I would wake up at like 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and I would stay up until like 3 o'clock in the fucking morning because I'm telling you, the waves were insane. Freaking insane, dude. Literally insane. Dude, my dad had a 30-foot yacht, 60-foot mast. At the bottom of the crest, the top of the wave would be over the mast. Nobody really slept on that cruise. We really did not sleep much on that cruise. Not with waves like that. But when we got there, it was like a crystal blue pool. I mean, I'm not even kidding you. It was so clear. I mean, you could see the fish swimming 12 feet down. It was pretty cool.
That sounds very cool, my friend.
Right on.
Why do you not have a wrench in your own chat?
This is your chat, dude.
Oh, shit.
Dumbass. So the question is, why don't I have a wrench in your chat?
Okay, well, I fixed that one.
Yeah, why don't I have a wrench in your chat, Dangerous Freedom?
Dumbass.
I haven't seen your name pop up.
Well, I get okay. Now, okay, all right, you're right. I'm the dumbass. Okay.
Dude, if you look at my chat, dude, I've got the wrench no state.
Yeah,
dude.
this place is like wrenched
Oh,
out.
there you are.
See, now you see her name. See, now you see it.
I got you. Geez. I can't believe I have this many people in my chat. That's odd.
What?
I mean, I
10
thought I
people?
was like a reject. I'm gonna time her out now.
You gonna time me out? Please.
Scott. All right. Now we got Scott. Hey, Scott. Man, holy crap.
Scott came back.
Yeah, Scott. Scott is in the
Shit.
chat. What's up, Scott?
Right
Oh man, I got a wrench! Yay!
I know, man. I know. So terrible. I treat my people like crap.
Hey, drop it like a Scott. I'm glad you could come back for a few.
You know, I've Here's where I'm at. All right, so our work is shut down for the next week. We just decided that all non-essential employees stay home, which is basically all of the hourly employees. So all of the salary guys have to come in or work from home. And I'm like, really? Okay. Wouldn't I be a better person to bring in than some of these salary employees? And yeah, honestly, I would be one of the better employees to bring in because when I go to work to get shit done. I mean, I don't go in there like, how can I waste time? How can I expend more of the company's finances? I go in there and I'm like, we have things we have things that need to be done. And I am the person that gets them done. I just do them. I mean, without a doubt. They understand this fact. We have some kids that I work with that are like half my age, less than half my age. And I do circles around them for the most part. I mean, it's just ridiculous. This one kid came in and he's like, "Oh, I didn't think this job would be that difficult." And I just looked at him like, "Are you kidding me? You didn't think you would have to work as hard as you have to work?" I was honestly surprised because in my lifetime, I've always had to work hard. That's the only way I've ever gotten ahead in my life. Greg, can you argue? Can you be a lazy piece of shit and still get ahead in life?
No.
It depends on who you are and how rich your parents are.
Yeah.
Right. In my case, no.
I mean, where we are and where we are in the scheme of things, no. We have to fight tooth and nail to survive. It's the way it is.
Oh, I'm fighting pretty fucking hard. I'll tell you that much.
We all are. All of us are. There's no exceptions.
Well, here's some late breaking news you guys will find interesting. The headline read that the NRA is suing ammunition stores for closing because of the coronavirus, because you're limiting our access to ammunition. Therefore, you're in violation of, shall not be infringed. So that's something going on right now.
Well, I think there was a case in Texas that won. There was a gentleman who the government, they were trying to shut him down as a non-essential business. And that is how these shitheads are getting past the Second Amendment. They're using the coronavirus.
Well, now they're in California.
Right. They're using the coronavirus situation. And then they're closing down the businesses, and they're saying that the gun stores are non-essential businesses and trying to shut them down and trying to prevent Second Amendment rights that way. But there was a gentleman in Texas who challenged that, and he won.
Well, that's what you have to do.
It's being challenged. So, drop it like Scott. He got it straight up. Forced to close because the government are saying they're non-essential.
Yeah.
There's lawsuits flying because of that.
There are gun stores that they have deemed essential.
Mm-hmm.
God, I can't remember which states. It's not very many, but there are a few states that they have deemed the gun stores essential because it's essential to our rights, to our liberties. Yeah.
Well, Eric, you know what?
Scott,
The
you're
NRA,
absolutely right. GOA
most
is
people like the Gun Owners of
better
America better than the
NRA.
NRA, right? No doubt. So the NRA might just be doing this to try to get back into the good graces because they've lost millions and millions of dollars in funding, right? So it's more than
NRA.
likely a play for that, you know. Yep, they are garbage.
Yep, they've lost every.
The Gun Owners of America is much better. So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
Hey guys, I'm gonna actually step away just for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Hurry back, Cheshire Cat.
There we go. That's more like it. Patriot member.
Yeah, still open here.
Damn right. NRA, yeah, they really messed up. God, they've messed up so many times. You know, you can't even trust them anymore. I never knew Cheshire was female. Oh, come on, man. No, that was easy to figure out. She's got claws. She'll mess you up. And we all know about having women with claws. I mean, at least I do. I don't know about you. Greg, you ever met a woman with claws before?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Be like, oh man. You know what I'm gonna be? Oh man, this might get me kicked off. But I'm gonna do this anyway. I just, you know what? I gotta do this. Give me a second here. Wait, how many seconds do I have to play this before I get copyrighted? Or
like 10 seconds.
19? Okay. All right. Let's see if I can do this.
Brewster says 15.
15? Okay. No, a damn commercial. Are you kidding me? That doesn't count. Somebody keeping an eye on that. You know what? I absolutely love the Beastie Boys. They were the first ones. Oh my God. I remember, oh my God, when I was a teenager, dude.
Click the blue Add to Chrome button, then
Oh, shut up. What the hell is that? Shut up. What the? Stupid. Wait, hold on. Where are we? There we are. All right, here we go. You know, when I first remember the Beastie Boys, it was gotta fight for your right to party. Come on. Come on. Come on, what, Eric? Yeah, they are. I oh, man, I can't see that. Damn it. There's something in front of it. I'm sorry, Eric. I'm trying to read your comment. kind of blocked. Wow, Lone Star, you've been with your wife for 21 years? Wow, that is a hell of a journey, my brother. Very good. I bet your kids are awesome too. I didn't make it that far, but my kids are really awesome. You can't hear them in the background; they're playing music. I got one. One is a drummer and one's guitar. So. Greg? What's up? You're up.
Who's up?
You are.
Up for what?
Oh, you got to keep the chat entertained while I go take a leak.
Oh. That's creepy. Well, why don't we first see what the chat has to say? Drop it like it's Scott, married 24 years and together 26. Right on, brother. I have been married for 33 years and been together for probably 36. Rooster wants to go to Idaho. Rooster saying his old lady bailed on him for like 3 months, and then she's begging to come back. He says worse than ever. So are you going to let her back in, Rooster, or no? You going to keep her outside? So Rooster's been with this gal 22 years and she's got to go. Rooster says he's done with it. He's done with all the conniving and the backstabbing and the lying. He's done. He's through. Drop it like a Scott says he's tired. He's been pulling duty outside for hours now. He's going to go get some shut-eye. New World Order does not sleep, my friend. Remember that. They're always out there watching.
And waiting.
Rooster Cogburn says she already came back. Worst mistake ever. Well, it doesn't have to be, dude. You can put her out again.
Who?
Rooster's he's having woman troubles.
Yeah, having woman troubles.
This gal. Yeah, man.
What gal?
I guess it might be his significant other, is what it sounds like.
Our 24 adult child is now sleeping in my backyard and eating my food.
Wow. What?
Is the pussy good enough to put up with it?
Seriously, that's the true question.
That's the question. Is the pussy good enough to put up with it?
Did she bring toilet paper?
At least.
I mean, maybe if she brought toilet paper. I mean, if you're coming empty-handed, I don't know.
Sounds like your girlfriend has no boundaries.
Who, mine?
No. Rooster.
Might be his ex-wife. Might be his ex-wife. I didn't say.
Well, he says her 24 adult child. So it must be a child from I'm assuming a previous relationship.
Yeah, but he was together with her for 22 years, so maybe he's the daddy. He's the baby daddy.
Are you is this baby mama drama, or is this or is this kid have another baby daddy? Is the situation mommy's baby daddy's maybe?
Yeah, possibly.
He was 2 when we met.
Yeah.
It sounds like she has no boundaries, man. But there's a lot of women who don't have any boundaries between themselves and their kids. As a matter of fact, I think there's a really unhealthy dynamic going on, especially with women who have had children from previous relationships and then another guy steps in. I think there's a lot of women out there, and I think this is your trouble with single mothers, where the mother actually do you mind if I ask what is the gender of this child? Is it a boy, male? Is he a young man, or I'm assuming it's a young man. Okay, so especially, this is a theory that I have, and this is especially with single moms with young boys. Because it sounds like, you came into the relationship when this young boy was 2. But a lot of single mothers who have children out of wedlock, especially if they are boys, they actually use their sons as substitutes for a man in their life. So they end up developing an extremely, I would say, an almost emotionally incestuous relationship with their sons. So they don't have any boundaries. They end up, they are a little too close with their sons, and they expect their sons to be a little too close with them emotionally. There may not be physical incest, but there's definitely emotional boundaries that are crossed between mother and son. This might be something that's going on. Just saying. And I think that there's a lot of young men who get fucked up because they end up with single moms that actually will run off any kind of mate options when these young men grow up, because the mother actually gets jealous as the young man grows up and tries to find a mate of his own. So they end up fucking this man's life up. And these men have boundary issues and probably a personality disorder from being raised by these personality disordered single mothers. It's really sad, honestly.
Yeah, that sounds like a mess.
That's
And what a bad time to actually be going through this shit right now. This is like the fucking worst time to get into all this relationship stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
With the whole coronavirus and the New World Order and,
man.
Hints of fucking martial law. This is a bad time to be parsing all that shit out, right?
Yeah. Rooster Cogburn, her expectations of you supporting her son forever are completely out of line, to be honest. If this young man is 24 years old, it's time for him to go.
Wow. Yeah.
Time for him to go. You don't need a leech. You were responsible for this kid up to the age of 18. You are no longer responsible for him, and he's not even your biological son. So, bye.
Man. Yeah. Dan. Yeah.
Even if you were his biological father, you still wouldn't be responsible for him at this age.
Yeah. I have to disagree, only because I do have a 19-year-old that is my biological son, and he is a working man, but with this whole damn virus, he hasn't been working in damn near 3 weeks.
Well,
I only got my shutdown orders for this 1 week.
Let's be real here, though, Dangerous Freedom. You are talking about your biological son. This is the fruit of your loins. This kid is not Rooster's.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
it was actually gracious enough that Rooster actually raised this kid to 18. To ask him for anything else for a child that is not biologically his, to me, is unreasonable. And
Right.
he's not going to have a natural inclination to do this. It's not his genetics.
It's not his blood kin, man.
Correct.
Blood kin accounts for shit.
I don't know.
Whether you want to believe it or not.
I've got a stepfather. I'll be honest with you. This stepfather, I call my dad, and I call him dad in the same essence as I call my father dad, because he has done as much for my family or better than my own father. I mean, for all of us, not just me.
But that was your choice.
No,
Rooster's a completely
technically,
different man. He's a completely different dude.
no, technically it was my mom's choice. She married this man, and he has done better for our
Right.
family.
But he could have. This man did choose to take care of you. This man had that choice. That was his choice.
Yeah.
It wasn't just your mom's choice. It was his choice too. He could have iced you out and abused you and really mistreated you. As a matter of fact, a lot of children that end up in relationships with non-biological parents end up abused.
Yeah.
Because the non-biological parent doesn't exactly take to them.
Yeah. But
Your situation was much different, but just because your stepfather made that choice and wanted to go out a little bit, and besides, it sounds like this kid's a fucking deadbeat.
Which the one in
So this kid is 20. This kid is 24 years old. I agree with Rooster. It's time for him to go, and the mother is being very unreasonable here. I'm telling you, if that kid was my son, I'd kick his ass out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I would too.
Or he at a minimum, you know what I mean?
You better be
Instead
in
of
college,
just,
or you'd better be doing something. You had better be working, or you better be getting your ass up, like going out and partying with your buddies, and just coming home and crashing and eating all my food and not doing anything.
Exactly.
Get your ass out my house.
Damn right.
Well, yeah, have him gather wood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Gathering wood, something easy. Mow the fucking grass. You know what I mean?
I
Keep the yard picked up.
I can sympathize with Rooster's frustration. That's not right.
Nah, it's not. But the only person who's going to make it any better is Rooster.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's got to put his foot
Rooster,
down.
man, you got to set boundaries, man. You're the man of the house.
And you got to tell your old lady too. Say, listen, this is how it's going to be.
That's how it's going to be.
Or you can join your son in the backyard, in the tent. But this is how it is.
You're not obligated to do this. So.
Oh man.
And I'm not going to tell you that you should help this kid because he's actually a man. So.
And that's not, and honestly, Rooster, that's not cold. That is not cold at all. That's realistic. That's keeping it real.
Correct.
You know?
I think I'm
straight up, dude.
For
You probably are.
some reason it's giving me.
This was Cheshire Cat and I had kicked around the idea of actually doing shows that were not about the New World Order or about, the news of the day, but relationship shows. About people who have relationship going on and they need some advice.
Well,
we were thinking about that.
Well, just I guess kind of going into dynamics and stuff and where we think that they're coming from. Kind of like I threw out some ideas about the whole, like what I thought the transgender thing was really about, division between men and women and that kind of stuff. But
yeah. I mean, I've met a few myself. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. There are men that want to be women, and it makes no sense to me.
These dudes are mentally ill. And quite honestly, a lot of these men are sexual predators, and so they're basically doing it to gain access to victims.
I wouldn't say that with the people I know. I only know 2 of them, but
I said a lot of them. I didn't say all of them.
No, they're not predators. But no, what you're saying, I can understand. Yeah, they might. Actually, quite a few of them might be doing it for that.
That's what I was saying. A lot of them are sexual predators, and they're doing it to gain access to either women or children's spaces.
It's disgusting.
So, and by the way, I mean, it's difficult to know unless you've actually been sexually predated on. And that's why I see it that way. Yeah. That's why I see it that way.
Yeah, well, you're armed, right?
Right.
All right.
But I don't exactly want to be in a situation where I end up shooting a guy for grabbing my ass or picking me up and trying to carry me out of a bar or trying to, grab me by the wrist and take me out to a parking lot or trying to make me touch him in places I don't want to or, crazy things.
Gotta be ready for anything right now, Cheshire. Right now, you gotta be ready for anything. The shit has already hit the fan.
Yep.
At this point, it's a shooting gallery. We don't know what might come next.
Right.
Dude, they're coming after our guns. They're coming after our damn guns. I'll tell you what. Everybody keeps asking, where are we going to draw the line in the sand? And we did it in 1775 when they came after our guns. And I honestly believe if they come after our guns again, to this day, that is going to be our line in the sand. And we're going to be like, come and take it. Shit, I think I just broke something. Oh, crap. My computer is humming at me. Crap. All right, you know what? I'm going to have to get out of here. I don't think I'm going to be online for very much longer.
Uh-oh.
I have to tear apart my computer and rebuild it.
I second that motion.
Right on, bro.
All right. You know what? It's been
Well, it was good being here,
24
bro.
hours.
Yeah.
I appreciate you both for being here.
No, thank you for having us.
Hey, and I want to thank everybody in the chat for coming out. Rooster, Eric, Lone Star, all of our fans, and got quite a few of them. Yeah. So, Cheshire, are you still gonna do live chats or what?
I'll probably be popping into the chat rooms from time to time for sure.
Okay.
So maybe
I'll
it'll
be
be from time to time, but yeah, I definitely do need a break.
Yeah. Okay. And can you guys hear this thing? Dude, my computer's like humming like a fucking V6
Is the
engine.
fan on your computer? Is your computer overheating?
I don't fucking know. I've got to check it out. All right. I love you guys. Take
All right.
care. We'll see
Likewise,
y'all
I love you,
Peace,
Dangerous
brother.
Freedom. Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.